Buddy, this is the second day for our ETU Initiative Conference. So we want to welcome you all. We will make a first overview and the welcome. So I invite Professor Rimayadi to the stage and Danilo.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Second day of the ETU Initiative Conference. How can the ETU support your energy transition? Yesterday, we have quite fruitful debates and about between ETU pillars, ETU flagships, and also other European projects. Involve how we can involve and merge in energy transitions and help our local communities and also citizens to become more, to focus on the energy. Today, the focus will be more in Mediterranean and Africa, and actually dialogue between the ETU initiative with other initiatives in the region of Mediterranean and Africa. So, I will use this 1 minute to thank you especially to Cynthia, EMEA team, to President of EMEA, Rim Ayadi, to support us, also to Revolve and other partners from renewable energy, and also especially thank you to you, speakers and guests, that you arrived to Barcelona, that you were present here, and also to the guests behind the screens from the home, which are watching us from the offices. And I hope that this first conference, let's say after 2 years, it's a good step for the future, and that you also get a lot of inspiration from the keynote speakers, from the round tables, from the discussions, and that this inspiration you will save it and bring to your homes, to your cities, and somehow use it and implement it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danilo. So today we will have an agenda. So we will start first with the keynote speech with Rimayadi. So first of all, I just wanted to highlight that precisely right now we are in a moment that renewable energy has become clearly a strategy to follow and to encourage in Europe. So today we wish, as Danilo was highlighting, to have this broad dimension of how the region, the dialogue between Europe, not only with Mediterranean, but to the whole continent of Africa. And so let's please begin with Rim, please.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back again to this day of the ETU conference. And I would like also to thank Danilo for being with us, and also for having this opportunity to be part of this project that you mentioned, MED for renewables, and also for Cynthia for the great work, and all the team that have been really quite busy over the last a couple of weeks and even months to make this face-to-face, actually it's a hybrid conference possible. And I'm also very happy to regain I would say, this possibility to see you all face-to-face after a couple of years of having been on a lockdown and having to deal with all this, I would say, online events. Yes, it's good online events, but again, it's important to allow the possibility to meet and to connect. And I hope we are going into back to normality very soon. As mentioned by Cynthia, and what we are trying to do here is to try to connect all the initiatives that we have been developing on the Mediterranean and Africa for the past years. And I also would like to welcome a special thanks to Consuelo Varela, who is a member of the board of EMEA, with whom I worked since 2009 on MEDPRO, and we have developed an initiative for the future of the Mediterranean, on the basis of which we try to develop some indicators and some new models for co-development that are based on a foresight exercise, which we did back then in 2010 for 2030. And back then we talked about inclusiveness and sustainability, and we modeled it within our initiative back then, the MEDPRO, when I was still in Brussels, heading the research at the Center for European Policy Studies. So my talk basically is based on what we have done since then as the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association, together with our partners, for example, the Center for European Policy Studies, in which up to today I am senior advisor, and we have been really working with the team in Brussels as well to mainstream the thinking on the Mediterranean and enlarging it into Africa, and trying really to create this collaboration and cooperation between the different regions for an inclusive and sustainable future. I don't know how this works. Yes, okay. Yeah. So what I mentioned also is for the next few months and few years, we will continue working on these models for Africa and trying really to mainstream this overall thinking into the continent. So the whole idea is really to base our analysis and assessment on a model that we created within another network that we are coordinating, the Euro-Mediterranean Network for Economic Studies, which has been rebranded just this year into the Euro-Mediterranean and African Network for Economic Studies, trying really to think about this TRIS model for development in a context of global transition and changing paradigm. We are really in a moment where we are changing paradigm and at the same time needing to think about how to deal with the uncertainties, because whenever we are in a transition phase, we have these uncertainties, and these uncertainties are part that we are going to live with in the future, but then at the same time, they are not easily measurable. So in fact, we need to get further data and further assessment that are of a foresight nature to understand where we are going. And I think this TRIS model started with some guiding principles. As I mentioned, the two main principles, we developed it in 2010 on inclusiveness and sustainability, which are guiding principles of the SDG, which were in fact SDGs, which were in fact approved in 2015. And then we added two other principles that are the transparency and the responsibilities. So what we are trying to think here is transparency means that we need to understand based on facts, based on data, because this is essential for accountability for the decisions that all the policymakers and the actors are doing. And this is important for, again, trust, building trust between the different stakeholders. Now, if we look at the situation today in terms of transparency overall, we are not there at all, because practically this transparency and disclosure is tarnished by misinformation, disinformation, and also what we call this fake news and propaganda and manipulation of facts. So we need to move forward into real transparency to understand really what those governments are doing, what are the real facts that we as citizens need to understand. This is not only about governments, this is also about institutions, like for example, private sector, financial institutions and others. We need to have more transparency that are underpinning whatever economic and social model we want to develop. The second principle is responsibility. So what does it mean, responsibility? It means that we are managing the possible intended and unintended consequences of our actions for the future as well, and for their ethical acceptability. I think this is also important. If we look today, what is happening again, just a potential nuclear threat could undermine our present and future and the future of our children. So this is also essential to have responsible behaviors. And responsibility also means that this is a cap on certain capitalist models, excessive capitalist models that we have developed, thinking of a fundamental liberalist or liberalist model. And then, of course, inclusiveness and sustainability. I'm not going to delve into it further because these are really the basis of the SDGs. As you can see here, the TRIS model for the Mediterranean and African, on the basis of which we have developed it, is changing really the current paradigm or the past paradigm that we have been living in, toward really a new well-being approach that is going beyond GDP and is going beyond economic growth. Some people talk about degrowth. I don't know about degrowth. We still have to think about the concept. But for me, going beyond growth, beyond monetary values, without sight of the consequences of our actions today on the planet in general and on the acceptability levels that of our actions. And this is also another point that we need to work on together with all the projects that we are developing. Now, also it takes into account the global transitions. Now we are living in many global transitions. This is not only about a green transition, we are living the digital transition, we are living an overall societal transition that is taking us into a new, I would say, equilibrium, or maybe more or less unstable equilibrium. And this is what we are hoping to move. But this unstable equilibrium that we will live in the future should be at least manageable. And this is what we need to think of as economists and as political scientists and as scientists in general. The future could take the form of a conservative future. It means that it's a continuation of what we see today, or even going back to the past. This is possible. We didn't think of rebounding back to the past, but then our idea, at least from an optimistic, or I call it wishful thinking point of view, is to go into a transformative future, which is a much better future that we want to aspire for, based on these 4 principles I mentioned. Now, of course, the movement from what I call the horizon 1, which is the inertia scenario that we are living in, most probably, for example, if we look at the decisions of certain policy makers nowadays, we are eventually even going back in the past rather than moving into a transformative future. And I make a reference, for example, to the certain decisions about energy use of, for example, back to certain polluting energy sources, which we thought we are out of it many years ago. And then the horizon 2, as you see this, is the window of opportunities that can be probably developed up to 2030, maybe even beyond, to adapt in a certain way to the transformative scenario that we want to move forward with. So as you see in this graph, what we want is to move into a future we would like to see. I think, again, based on what we see today, it is a wishful thinking, but again, we need to move it and accelerate it forward. One of the discussions these 2 days is how to move and accelerate the renewable energy transition, the clean and green transition, But then again, looking at the geopolitical situation of the war and so on in Europe, can see that there are obstacles, pressures, and tensions which will delay us into this eventually, or it will give us an impetus to move even forward. Now, the movement from the what I call the scenario or the inertia scenario and the transformative scenario is in fact on the four pillars I mentioned. So on the transparency of the governance in general, what we want to go, it's from this centralized approach of governance that we have seen for many years to a more horizontal, cooperative or collaborative, you call it, mode of governance. That is what I call transparency and with the highest level of accountability to the citizens. So this is not where we are today. Yes, it might be in some democratic societies eventually, but the reality is if you look at the globe as a whole, I mean, the minimum principles are not fulfilled, and we need to be really what I call aware of this development. I read a very interesting book by Edgar Morin. He's 101 years old, and I really encourage you to read it. The book, it's just a very small booklet. It's called Réveillons-nous, let's wake up, because he's saying that we are living in a world of somnambule. I don't know what is somnambule like of, yeah, some in English, but in reality, we are not looking at the reality with really with eyes that are critical. We are just looking at the reality based on what we see today and what we want to achieve today. And this is not a sustainable way to look and obviously, of course, he was very critical about where France, for example, is going, particularly in the last couple of, I would say, decades. Now, the second point is about societal transition. Now, our society nowadays, if we look at it, is quite addicted, induced consumption, and also extractive production. So that's what we do, and we are still into this, what we call transition. I liked very much one of the speakers yesterday. He said, I don't want to talk about transition anymore. We need to talk about action. Yes, I agree, because transition, we can be in a transition for 200 years and we are still in transition. So we need to move into more responsible forms of consumption and production in general, and more healthy lifestyles. And this is not by the dichotomy between urban and rural. Yesterday, we mentioned, for example, the rural policy of the OECD to be more inclusive, sustainable, and so on. But I think what is important for us is to finish with the silos, link the urban and rural, and then have an integrated approach that allows us to move into healthier lifestyles and more well-being and flourishing. Concept of well-being and flourishing, which is in fact being developed by the OECD, but then for the OECD countries. We need to think about it for Mediterranean and Africa. Now the green transition, we had a couple of days on green transition. Again, if we look at the Horizon 1 scenario, it's extraction still, acquisitive resources. I mean, if we look at China in Africa and the Mediterranean, it's an extractive approach. It's a resource acquisitive approach. And then we need to move from this model toward I would say, no extraction. I mean, I prefer to be conservative. No extraction policy that pollutes the environment. And then to a systematic circular way to use clear energy and natural resources. So circularity, trying to manage the waste. And then, of course, all these principles are linked in reality, because at the end of the day, when we move into this type of thinking, then our I would say behaviors as citizens and as people will change. And then the economic transition. So all of this will lead us to what economic models we would like to see in the Mediterranean and Africa, and also in other parts of the world, in Europe, and so on and so forth. Now, from a dominant corporate capitalism into what I call distributed inclusive capitalism. Yes, we can still remain in the capitalist model because capital is there. We cannot change. We don't have an alternative approach so far. But then we need to think about more inclusion, more distribution, more equitable, more equity, and more, I would say, cooperative type of capitalism, which allows us to really reduce the level of unemployment that we see, for example, among the youth and women in Mediterranean and Africa. But also, it is about the inequality which has increased dramatically. Poverty has increased dramatically, particularly in the last 5 years. And with the COVID pandemic, this has been really exacerbated to maximum levels. Now, the path from Horizon 1, which is the inertia scenario, to Horizon 3 emphasizes really the innovation, research and development, science, and also breakthrough that we need to have, but also daring pathways. We need to be daring from all parts of the society, not only the government, but also the private sector, but also the academic sector and other sectors. And then move into strategic agendas and policy roadmap that drive us into a transition. So I think we cannot work alone. We have to work all together to ensure that this transition is happening. Now, I'm going fast now because I just wanted to show you this. We have a strategic framework of the SDGs. It's very aligned to what we're talking about. This is not something that we are recreating from scratch. But then the idea here is to insert it into an integrated approach that is centered onto what we want to achieve in the next, say, I don't know, 20 or 30 years, if we still have the time, and if the environmental hazard will not take us by surprise. So, and this is what we are currently trying to do. Now, this is very interesting, and this we have developed last year, which is the development, the TRIS development, means this model that we developed, and the resilience. So the resilience concept. And then we have developed these three models, pillars model, which deals, in fact, with how to deal with extreme shocks. We have lived very tremendous extreme shock, which is the COVID-19. Globally, we were not prepared, and I think to deal with shocks, we need to be prepared. Now, this model is simply coming from how to manage risk, uncertainty in the financial sector. We had a financial crisis in 2007-8, and practically the same thinking is applied here. So we have an extreme shock, extreme stress condition, for example, financial crisis because of the misbehavior of certain players. And this is what happened in 2007. But now we had an extreme shock, which is the pandemic, that completely changed our daily lives. And this is not something simple that we just keep it in history and we don't learn from it. I think it's important to understand that when there are extreme shocks, we need to be always prepared. But how to be prepared? We need to have the data and we need to have early warning systems. And this is, for me, the two cornerstones to be resilient for the future. Then you can manage your risk and then you can recover and adapt and transform. And this becomes really a model for a transformative scenario as well. So probably a shock, which is an extreme shock, could become an opportunity rather than a threat for certain societies. Now, when there are extreme shocks, as I mentioned, there are risks. The problem is the risk is not a big deal. We can deal with it in economics and in finance when it is normally distributed. But in reality, all risks, especially extreme event risks, are not normally distributed. They are tailed risks. So it's very difficult to plug preparatory measures on it. And this is important to understand that, for example, in the case of environmental hazards, the risks are tailed. So it means when it hits, we're not talking about billions, we're sometimes even talking about trillions. And this will not be possible, for example, for countries in Africa and in the Mediterranean. So for me, and for all the work we have been trying to do, I don't have all the answers, but one thing for sure, it's to have this thinking of resilience and try really to embed it into policy decisions. The more we are prepared, the more we can face extreme hazards, and the more we can deal with tail risks. in overall, either in pandemics or in extreme hazards in terms of the environmental risks, or in terms of digital risks, cyber risks and cyber attacks that will come. It will come for sure in the future. This is also to show you that we could even move into a recovery roadmap. This is the work of a colleague, Giovannini, who has really nailed it down in 2020 on how to really move from a shock and how to deal with the shock from in terms of the resilience of assets, engine, and outcomes. And then we move into a transformative future. So this is on the conceptual level. TRIS model and resilience, I think these are two key concepts that we are working on, and we would like also to test going forward. Now, since we have been talking these 2 days on the green transition and circularity, and I think this is a very important pillar for a sustainable transition. We did some work last year, in fact, to test what would be a model based on green transition and circularity mean for the countries in the Mediterranean. So I'm talking about Mediterranean, North Africa, and Middle East here. So we did the assessment for those countries. And then we tested this scenario whereby there is a change in the power generation mix in 2050, up to 2050. So there is a complete change. And then you can see clearly in terms of the GDP, cumulative GDP and employment impact, the impacts are not great, really. I mean, it's not, a bit, small amounts from 2020 to 2030, to 2030, 2050, okay? But then what is important here is a change of the model to clean energy sources. So it's possible, but then of course you need to have investment. And based on a normal level of investment, foreign direct investment, if possible, and domestic investment, they can achieve it because you have the sun there, the photovoltaic sources are not very expensive nowadays as they used to be before. And there are decentralized models, and we have seen it yesterday in the examples you mentioned, the flagship cases you mentioned. It's possible and it's not expensive. And then you have possibilities like crowdfunding, like other type of funding that could be used very easily. So if they have the willingness to move into this type of power generation mix toward more renewables, then most probably the economic model will meet the TRIS economic model that we are developing, but at the same time, it will not disrupt much, really, the current economic model that we have. It's simply just investing a little bit more, changing the mindset and moving it to a clean green energy transition. So these are just for you to see that we can easily model and have the indicators on the basis of all the sectors of the economy. So we know what are the impacts of a change of a paradigm to clean and green energy model. So it's known. And then with the foresight and with the indicators, we are able to assess which is the exact investment amount that is needed, not to, for example, have very big impacts or negative impacts. For example, in the case of Egypt, we can see, for example, the chemical product minus 9%. But then if you change a bit the thinking and the framework, it could be even lower. But these are on, these estimations are based on a certain number of assumptions that we took as experts for those countries. But this gives you at least what I call a tableau de bord, or a kind of a roadmap, or an idea, and a single board to allow you to know what could be done to ensure that there is no big disruptions in the economic model, on also on the employment generation in the different sectors. I don't know, Cynthia, how much time I still have? 5 minutes, okay. So with this work that we are doing, we are trying to do it also for Africa. Of course, Africa is more complex because we don't have enough data. But then with the team, we have already collected all the data for all the African countries, means sub-Saharan African countries. And then we are going to test these methodologies as much as we can, because the granularity of the data in Africa is not as much as what we could collect in the Mediterranean, because in the Mediterranean, we also benefited from all the output-input tables that we have collected in the time of MEDPRO project, which was an FP framework program 7 funded by the EU research by the EU. Okay, so what is next now? How to move into this green transition circularity? I think for the moment, I still see, and maybe I'm wrong, a lot of fragmented initiatives, and particularly for the Mediterranean and Africa. So we need to have, in my view, global agreements on taxonomy. We need to define what we're talking about. In the European Union, for the sustainable or sustainability strategy, they have clear taxonomy, of course, so we can debate about what is inside the taxonomy. This is not the purpose of the talk today, but it is important to define what we're talking about. What are we talking about? Sustainability, and how we want to achieve the sustainability. Taxonomy is very important. Particularly, also some global agreement on finance and trade. I mean, finance, if the financial sector is not really committed fully into the sustainability model, and then trying really to lift away this idea of we need to finance the transition, because I tell you, financing the transition in the green economy means financing fossil fuel economy, polluting economy. This is what it means in practice. But then the idea is where to include into the transition. This is what we call the transition risk in finance in terms of sustainability. So transition risk means that, okay, how we phase out from a polluting economy. But this can take, again, 100 years. And large banks and large financial institutions, they commit, but in reality, their balance sheets are completely full of transition risk. And they cannot just lift it or phase out in one day. They need at least 20 to 30 years to phase out. Now, I think it's important also to have some globally agreed standard on sustainable production and trade. This is also important to allow this overall philosophy to peak very fast. ESG standards and eco labels for companies and banks. I think this is also an important aspect to think of. ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance risk. This is a risk matrix in reality. It's thought from a risk point of view because it's a transition. So we need to reduce that risk as much as possible, right? And then, for example, for banks and some other companies, we need to be able to assess what we call the GAR. The GAR, it's the green asset ratio. Green asset ratio, we need to understand in balance sheet, what is the green asset ratio of those companies, of those banks, of these financial institutions, and so on and so forth. And public disclosure. We need to understand for all the companies in terms of, for example, companies, large, small, medium, everything else, they must disclose what are their polluting activities, and also for public sector entities and also for governments. All of this is essential to allow us to understand what is being disclosed, and we are able to understand it. Now, also, since we are moving into a overly indebted societies in general, in terms of financing, sovereign and corporate and everything, it's about debt nowadays. We need to move into guaranteed green bonds, which allow to enhance the green financing and to help, for example, local banks to transit faster into a sustainable development, which is green sustainable development. Of course, IMF, European Union, World Banks, they can really contribute largely for sustainable recovery. But then what this means, it's a collective approach, and they need to, in a way, support still countries in the Mediterranean and Africa, because they don't have, those countries do not have the capacity to go into transition fast enough. For example, if we look at the European Union, they have allocated trillions of euros into the sustainable recovery. Countries in Africa, although there was the summit in February, there was nothing about that. And I think it was only about recovering lives via the COVAX and via the vaccination. So we are still really fighting the past. So we need now to start fighting the future, because this is also important. And also, in my view, without an authority, an institution that really monitors what's going on, it's very difficult to achieve targets. So then I mentioned that we need to have an authority, global authority, regional authority, whatever have you, to monitor the green transition. Now I'm going to move this. I think my presentation could be shared with all of you. The efficient use of resources, this I talked about it, circularity of processes. So these are specific recommendations on how to ensure the circularity of processes. I want to really spend 30 seconds for this: biodiversity, oceans and lands. For Africa, this is extremely important, but I'm not going to go through this. What I want to say here is to integrate the green transition and circularity principles in economic activities that are involving the biodiversity in oceans and land. So we cannot have silos approach once again. We need to have an overall, an overarching approach that really links the green economy together with the biodiversity in oceans and lands. And I think this is the next step, most probably, that need to be developed. Actually, the Ipcc entered into this integration of concepts already. So this is, I'm not going to go here, but just to summarize, we need to change paradigms for sure, but at the same time, we need to be able to implement those paradigms based on a structured approach. And I think during these 2 days of the ecosystemic transition unit initiative, it's a great, I would say, another model, but implementation model for mainstreaming and transferring of what we would like to achieve. The team of Interreg project on renewables, they tried really to streamline it, or mainstream it on the renewables for efficient building for public sector entities. And I think Cynthia probably later on will say a little bit more about how this ETU initiative has been really implemented on the ground. And I was really impressed, Cynthia and Danilo, of the flagship cases that you collected and how they really were extremely interested and very, very committed to implement this ETU manifesto. And also, there's not only a manifesto, there's also all of this. There is a lot of backbones behind in terms of pillars on the energy planning, facilities, community, governance. And then you have very specific indicators that will really monitor how this manifesto and how this framework is mainstreamed. So I think this is all what I wanted to share with you today. Of course, we are still in the beginning of the construction. My problem is we don't have the time. I mean, 2030 is down the road. In 2010, 2030 was very far for us. 2050, it's very far for us, but then it's also will become in 10 years down the road. It's moving targets. We cannot, again, and we need to move into sustainable transition. It's not a choice, it's a necessity, particularly when we see this mounting geopolitical risks. And this is not going to be the only risk that we will see. And my problem is not only the risk, because normally tail risk, they come once every 100 years. But the reality is the frequency of these tail risks is going extremely up. And I'm not sure we will have the capacity to deal with it if we don't deal with it in a complete collaborative approach, in a complete coordinated approach. And this will be my last word for the speech today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rim. I think it's a very, very interesting point of view. And I really like very much how to match and link properly. I mean, I think the financing concept and the taxonomy that you were saying, it's necessary to bridge it into what other part of the technical, because there has been a lot of advances on how to have solutions and strategies. But it is, if we really want to accelerate, we need to link it to a funding and an investment pathway. So let's begin the first expert panels. So I will, thank you, Dani. I will invite our speakers of today. We have Curcio Curbeli and Mubarak Law online. So if we could see them on the screen, please. Hello, good morning, Curcio.
Good morning, Cinzia. Good morning, everyone.
I think you're okay. We cannot hear you. Maybe you're muted. No.
Hi.
Okay.
Mubarak.
So
Hello,
okay.
how are you?
Hello, Mubarak.
How are you?
Good
I'm in
morning.
Senegal.
Good morning.
Could you hear me?
Yes.
bit
Now
good.
we can hear you both. Okay. So good morning and welcome to our conference. We have also Rosa Surinac and Alessandra Sensi. I think she couldn't make it. Please. And Octavi, please. I will be here. Yeah, please sit.
Okay, I have the pleasure to moderate this first session of today. Before giving the welcome to our panelists, I would like to remind that the latest IPCC report published in February, it acknowledged very much the necessity to adopt a holistic approach for climate change adaptation and considering also the ecosystemic approach as a whole, not only the different silos of the planet that we see. For example, we can look at the natural, ecological, economic, and social trade-offs. So I think here it is important to have this overall integrated approach, and also it calls in a way for interdisciplinarity and further collaboration. Now, our session today, it's really about the Mediterranean and Africa. And what we have learned these 2 days for the Mediterranean Europe could eventually give a nice view on how to adopt or how to deal with the, I would say, the hazards that the Mediterranean and Africa as regions are facing. For example, the IPCC report mentioned clearly that these regions are mostly affected by rising temperatures, sea level rise, vulnerabilities to drought and water scarcity. Also, we must also understand that these countries are not as I would say, developed as the countries in Europe or in the United States or in other countries. So there is still huge potential for growth. There is also a huge potential to put further pressures on the resources. And then obviously this means that they have much more difficulties to deal with the climatic pressures, also food insecurity, eventually water poverty, and also extreme environmental events. But then at the same time, as I mentioned before, the frequency of the extreme events is going up, and I'm not sure how those countries will be able to deal with it, particularly when we look at some of the countries in the Mediterranean East and South. Over the last 10 years, the situation, economic, social, political, was not really the best we could aspire for, particularly after the Arab uprisings in 2010. So with the global pandemic, the level of debt has increased dramatically. Some of the countries also have been on the distressed list, means that they will be in a failure position or almost fragile to failed state. Now, the path to a sustainable future for the Mediterranean Africa is very rocky, to say the least. Needs decisive actions, substantial funding, and systemic cooperation and coordination between governmental and non-governmental institutions. So, of course, in terms of the energy production management, we need to move into green and clean green transition, while at the same time having a view on using the lands, and also to what is the level of resources extraction and preservation of biodiversity. Aligned with what I've said this morning, we need a transformative approach, but I have the impression that this is all about wishful thinking, and the reality will not allow us to move where we would like to go. So this session will discuss what the governance models that we want to see, what cooperations, what funding mechanisms needed from local, national, and regional institutions. And also in line with the latest African Union EU declaration signed in February. So I'm very pleased to welcome the distinguished panelists to share their views on how to accelerate the equitable transition between Europe, the Mediterranean region, and Africa. We have with us here Rosa Sorinac, who is the coordinator of partnership, advocacy, and outreach at UN Habitat. They are our neighbors here. Also Ottaviano Quintana, he's the director of PRIMA. So you can tell us about PRIMA program. Online, we have Curcio Cervelli, who is the coordinator of the joint GS Interreg MED program. So the joint secretariat of the Europe of the Interreg MED program, on the basis of which the work of the last 2 days have been achieved. And then Mobarak Lo, who is the Director General of the Bureau of Economic Prospective from Senegal, and he is member of the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association Advisory Board. Welcome to all of you. I would like to give the floor to each one of you 10 minutes to give the introductory remarks, and then we can break for a discussion. Start with Rosa.
Yeah, great. Let me just if this works, perfect. Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you, first of all, for inviting UN Habitat today here. As you are saying, we are neighbors because UN Habitat is having an office here in Barcelona that is dealing with urban resilience, that is dealing with everything that is related to building resilience in cities and understanding the cities as territories, as local territories. And I'd like to explain a little bit what we do from here from Barcelona. But first of all, linking that idea that we have here in the discussion about governance and cooperation, it's great to explain, first of all, that we have our office here in Barcelona precisely because of cooperation and because a voluntary political idea of really having the approach of working city to city and creating methodologies that can support resilience building by this approach of city to city. This means that we started a relationship with the city of Barcelona, with the local government of Barcelona. We started working with a methodology in which Barcelona was a pilot city on that. And from that way, and because of that reason, we move our office from our headquarters in Nairobi to Barcelona. And this is the starting point in which we started as UN Habitat, as part of the UN, as an agency that is dealing with cities, to contribute and to support other cities in cooperation with the city of Barcelona and with all the cities that we are working with. So just to put that on the table, because at the end, the reason why we are here and the reason in which we work is really because of this idea of cooperation. So as I was saying, we as UN Habitat, we are the program, we are the agency of the UN dealing with cities, with urbanization. And dealing with sustainable urbanization and dealing with how we really approach this idea of sustainable development. And when we take the idea of sustainable development, we need really to link that to the concept of resilience. It's very difficult to think about how we want to project development, how we want to project sustainable societies, if we don't put or we don't integrate the idea of resilience in terms of how we are creating long-term development. So with that idea, we work with local governments, but also with this approach on how we are creating development at long term, how we are creating these ideas of long term. Okay, let me just, before I give you like some snapshot of what we do, I like to put in context like four approaches that we are having in the way we work. The first one is that, okay, we are now, I mean, we are very now very used to listen that crises are like the opportunities for building better. And we have been listening to this a lot after COVID-19, and especially now that we are in this recovery process. And it's true. I mean, critical situations are indeed enablers for resilience in cities, especially. But what we want to put the focus on is that mainly when we are identifying a crisis, when we are identifying a critical situation, this is happening at the local level. And we have seen that, of course, in the COVID-19 pandemic, I mean, seeing the cities really at the forefront of the battle and managing the resources and managing the situation. So this means that if the critical situations are mainly happening at local level, the way in which we understand the resilience is also happening at local level. So putting the focus on building resilience at the local level is also because we know that when we have an impact and a critical situation is affecting that, that perspective too. The other idea or the other approach that, that we want to, I mean, to identify here is that we really need to make this change and really making this shift of paradigm from reaction, response, and recovery. So this scenario that it's that is more common addressed to what we understand of preparedness and reduction of vulnerabilities. So this means that in the way that we need to create this journey of resilience is more on the periods in which we have like the peacetime, when nothing is happening, when we have the possibility of really reducing the vulnerabilities that the urban system can have, than the reaction that we can have to the impact. So in terms of peacetime and in terms of this concept of building back better, so the concept in which in a recovery process like now, we understand that how we are creating better situations that we used to have are the moments in which we are really ensuring that the resilience building will have some success and some impact. Third approach to the work that we do we really believe in evidence-based decisions and actions. So this means that there's a need of, and this was already said here before, there's a need on identifying key data, there's a need of analyzing key data, and there's a need of digital technologies that are providing the capacities to local governments to really be able to create evidence-based decisions. And there's a lack for local administrations to be able to manage that. So the support and the accompany that we do with the local governance is also in that sense, is always in identifying what is the reliable data and really introducing the lens of resilience to this analysis, being able to support, to create and to implement projects because of evidence base. And the fourth idea, or the fourth approach that we are having, is that it's not possible to think about a journey on creating resilience alone in that sense. So this is a multi-stakeholder process in which we understand that local government needs to work with other levels of government, of course, needs to have the support, needs to have communication that is flowing in all the understanding of multi-level governance, but also with the key actors and the key stakeholders at the local level. And this is the approach that we are having in the projects that we implement. So we also accompany cities and local governments in creating big networks that can work in the implementation, can work in the decision, but also in the implementation of the projects. For the understanding that this is the only way, or the way that we see that we can really strengthen governance of some regions that, as we were saying, sometimes are weaker than in others. So okay, I mean, I mean, this is for really creating this understanding of resilient cities. Cities that really put the focus on planning and acting to prepare and respond. That have the understanding that resilience is not only about the infrastructure, the understanding that resilience is really a holistic approach in which we are like including the social approach, the economic approach, the environmental approach, but also the people, the citizenship in the center of the planning and the strategy. We identify 4 areas in which we put the focus when we work on this idea of creating evidence base, on collecting data, on analyzing the data. First of all is the understanding of rapid growth in cities, which means urbanization, which means something as easier as the urban environment, the urban systemic approach, the urban elements that create the city, how these cities are expanding. How is this planning and for the understanding of population movements? How we are providing basic services to the increasing of population in urban areas. So this understanding of preparedness is also something that is really linked to the urban elements that the city is providing. So the concept of urbanization that in some of the regions that we are working on, especially in Africa, is a key factor. The way in which we are seeing cities in like expanding and really having an approach to sustainable urbanization that sometimes is like following the same models that we have had in the past, is something that we really analyze for being able to make a link with resilience. The other, of course, is how we can deal with the climate emergency. And this is, again, something that we need to trust in evidence-based data, in evidence data that can really forecast what will be happening. And we need to trust on that. I mean, because it's the only way we have really to be able to understand how we can adapt to the emergency and how we can really build societies that can be like more prepared on that. The third element, and this is kind of repetitive as I was saying, the stakeholders engagement. So this idea of creating the community for decision, but also for action, for implementing. And the fourth concept that we put really the focus on, and that's why we create this process, because we are a company, the local governance on that is on strengthening the local capacity. So at the end, when we start a process, a project with a local governance, I mean, our final goal, our final approach on that is how we are strengthening, how we are empowering the local capacity in being able to provide, in being able to create areas or spaces in which resilience is discussed. So this means that that we really need to involve a lot in a municipality in creating these spaces that that all approaches can be in one, and it's one of the focus that we really work on when we are in this resilience building approach. And yes, we have commitments. And commitments at the end means that we have a path, that we have a way that we want to follow. We have commitments in the understanding of global agendas. We have commitments in which national governments have decided to achieve, but at the end, what we know is that the final commitment is how we are creating this world better and how we are really improving the life of everyone. And the thing is that we know that this needs to happen at this local level that we were saying. So the idea of improving the local resilience is also because we are contributing at the global level, and we are also contributing in this final goal of how we are really improving the way in which we live. So how we do that? We do that by strengthening the capacity of cities in urban resilience, and with the understanding that urban resilience is something that can be measured. It's a measurable ability of the urban system. It doesn't mean that we work on creating index in which we see that some cities are better than the others. It's not about that. It's about analyzing the capacities and the abilities of the urban system and being able to identify what are the weak elements that makes perhaps something that will create in the future something that will not able to follow the path and the continuity of the city itself. So the idea that is something that we can measure is the key idea behind how we work resilience, because at the end what we do is we create resilience profiles. So we create the idea of a profile of an urban system in terms of urban resilience. And this is the way in which we work. For instance, I mean, right now, we're in Tunis right now this week, and I'm pointing here MED cities because we are working together in one of the projects. We are joining efforts in how an organization like MED cities, a network of cities in the region of the Mediterranean, is working in a specific topic on urban resilience, and at the end, it's more on the strategies of urban development, and we are including in that point the view of resilience. So it's also to identify how the process that we are doing are complementing the work that others are creating in that. So the work that we do is basically this company on training and data collection to create a diagnosis from that point and to identify actions for resilience. And this is an iterative process because at the end, we know that building resilience is a never-end process. That you can create more robust resilience in some spaces when you are acting, when you are having some actions, but the urban system is flexible and can change. So at the end, what we are providing is a framework in which the policies, in which the plans that we are having can be enough flexible to really battle the changes that the urban system can have. for the way in which we work, and I just wanted to, highlight some of this process. We identify, as we were saying, some idea of how the city is created, but then we identify like the mapping of stakeholders and the local government, because it's the way we have to start working on how we are integrating this network of actors in the local level. We identify what are the main shocks, the stresses and challenges of the urban system, and we cross that with the data collection on urban elements that the system is having. So these are like 4 elements that is providing and enabling us to create the resilience profile of the city, and from that point with the diagnosis to be able to identify the actions for resilience. And as I was saying, we work with the governments that at the end are in the center of our projects. We work with the local governments together with other networks. Tunis, we are with MedCites. We are working right now in Medellin in Colombia with Sdgs and the city of Barcelona. So providing this idea of how city to city can really support one to another. And this is the way in which we have been also having approach in other contexts, like in Africa, in Maputo, in Dakar, in very different contexts like Porvila in Vanuatu, small islands in which we are saying that the impact of climate change is very severe. In Teresina in Brazil, in Yakuts in Russia. So understanding like very different contexts in terms of the climate that they are having, but also in the threats that they can have, but always with that idea of how we are strengthening the governance and how we are strengthening the capacity of the local government to really implement the projects. And I leave it here. I think that we can have perhaps a discussion later on, and I give the floor to the next panelist. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosa. I had one question before we go to the second panelist. So you mentioned the concept of resilience. You have already implemented it as a cornerstone for your strategies at the UN Habitat.
Yes, as I was saying, I mean, there's this idea that how we are working on urban development, introducing the resilience lens. And it's true. I mean, this is something that this has been spread in all the activity and work that UN Habitat is doing. Specifically, I mean, we as the program in charge of urban resilience are the ones on implementing a specific methodology on supporting local governments on this resilience building journey. But it doesn't mean that all the approach that the agency is having itself. This is why the first slide was this quote from the Secretary General of the UN, because at the end is like how we are including the resilience lens in all the work that we are doing from all the perspective. I mean, for the ones that are working on housing, for the ones that are working with the local communities, and of course, especially us that we, I mean, develop the methodology on analyzing from this data-based idea of this data collection, the work on resilience.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Octaviano from Prima, please.
Yes, well, good morning to you all. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'll present very briefly what Prima is, what we do, and our vision on the challenges that we are facing today in the Mediterranean. So we will talk about governance, and I will talk about cooperation, and I will talk about knowledge. So our organization, our foundation is a program that is owned by 19 countries around the Mediterranean, plus the European Union. And they contribute for about an amount of 500 million euros, that is 70 million per year. We work mainly on issues dealing with climate change, and its impact on water, on agriculture, on food, but very especially on the connections among them, and trying to strengthen both the way all these countries work together, but focusing a lot on the cooperation of the South-South. So in the North, we know more or less how to cooperate together. We know we have some experience already on cooperating North-South, but there is very little integration South-South. And this is really a challenge that we want to cope. We have very many challenges in the Mediterranean, but I mentioned some of them here on the left, including climate change, population growth, water scarcity, agriculture, and lack of innovation in the value chain, so in the agri-food value chain. So those are some of the challenges, and none of these challenges are able, I mean, there is no one single actor or single country able to cope with these challenges on its own. So we need to work together, because otherwise there will be no way to cope with them. And even working together, the hurdles are enormous. So what we do is that we work through calls, annual calls that we publish every year. And these calls, after the calls, and of course with projects that are funded, unfortunately the success rate is not very high, which means that many more resources are needed for research and innovation in the region. And we publish calls on these 4 main areas, and this gives us a number of projects. All projects need to have several partners, but the list, we need to have one from the north that is European, one non-European, and a third that can be European and non-European. But the average project is between 7 and 10 partners per project. We have these 4 areas, but for us, the most important one, and the one that in which we want most projects to end with, is the nexus. So that is projects having an integral approach of all the other sectors, so that the view is an integral one. So here I present some of water, for instance. So far we've funded 37 projects on water. You see there, I mean, I will not go into the details of each of them, but you see that mainly we deal with water for agriculture. In the Mediterranean, agriculture uses 80% of the fresh water. So dealing with agriculture, or the water for agriculture, means tackling most of the problem of water scarcity. We have for farming that many, we have more of them. Again, farming practices are unsustainable in the region, mainly because they are very small holders, which makes more difficult to make innovations, and also because they use models that are, or practices that are not sustainable. And sustainable, especially, they are not sustainable in front of climate change. So we need also to tackle with them. With agro-food, and this is essential, agro-food, and agro-food with the Ukraine war showed us just if we needed an example, that the region is very, very vulnerable to shocks such as the Ukrainian war, because prices of cereals have increased like a rocket, and for these staples, and the region, especially in the south, has very few, has a very limited flexibility to absorb these huge price increases. This will create and is creating instability, including political instability, and certainly it will create migration, which will have to absorb in Europe, and this will certainly be the basis for more, I'd say, instability for the whole region. Nexus for us, as I said, is the best approach to tackle with these challenges, and the best approach because it is impossible to, as Rim was saying earlier on, to work in silos. We need to work integrating as many sectors as possible. This is not easy. We know that this is not easy. That's why it is, most of the practice has been done through sectorial approach, because that's much easier. But one thing is easy, the other one is to be effective. And we need to be effective, and we need to approach complexity through a nexus approach in which we have integral approach of all the sectors. And here, now we want, and here what we are showing here is that we want certainly to have all projects to be nexus, even they are water or farming or agro-food, but all of them have a nexus component. We have included very recently renewable energy. Why? Because it's well closely related to all these areas, especially with water. And it is also very important because the region has a huge potential for renewable. If we have something in this region, is sun and wind, and more than many other places, certainly in Europe. And that's why we need to use this potential that we have. One of the main things or the main outcomes of our projects is that what we want is, what we intend is that the intervention, every project is an intervention, that the intervention of the project, in the project, means that the technology readiness level, that is the level of use of these technologies, increases with the intervention. And this is one of the things, one of the outcomes is to provide decision support systems for those who need to take decisions, that is either stakeholders, farmers, or decision makers, politicians, and so on and so forth, policy makers. And to provide decision support system is an essential part of the program, an essential, something that most projects want to have. Here we mention several of them. I mean, I will not go into them because I will not finish today, but this is the concept that we want to provide decision support systems so that those taking decisions, those adapting this innovation, is easier for them to take decisions on their business, either being innovations for agriculture, water, food, or policies related to them. We are not the first ones, will not be the last ones, but there has been a huge amount of research innovation done before us and done by other organizations. And that's why we funded a project, FEMAC, which tries to capitalize on all the research done by us or by others in the region, which may help all these projects, these outcomes, not to finish in a publication or in a shelf, but to be used especially for what is the most expensive part of any research project, which is the data collection. And the data collection that can be used by others. So this is one aspect of the project. The other one is trying to, that these projects, the outcome of these projects reach what it has to reach, either the market or the table of the policymakers. And here you have the FEMAC that right now is mapping 700 projects that come from 40 initiatives, 40 different programs. And this is the basis, the platform that we are creating. Let me go through the conclusions of what I've said. So far, we've funded roughly 170 projects for more or less a budget of 230 million that we have invested in this project. 270 million. We have roughly almost 1,600 teams involved, that are participating in creating more knowledge. In fact, one of the outcomes of the program should be that we are able to create networks that are sustainable in the future. This is not easy. Anyone been dealing with research projects know that the difficulty is when the project is finished to keep the network alive. But this is one of the goals of the program, and we have some strategies for that I cannot mention because it will take me too long. We want to be an innovation platform in the Mediterranean for all these sectors involved, and try to gather as many stakeholders as possible, investors and users, researchers, policymakers, regulators, all of them together, so that at least the problems can be approached together. It is also a very good way of having trying to strengthen the cooperation, not only North in Europe, we have some experience on how to do it, but North-South and especially South-South. The south of the Mediterranean is one of the poorer integrated regions in the world. They only trade among themselves 6% of their trade, which is very, very poor. And this is one of the main, we know in the north that this integration provides many opportunities and helps to foster development and growth. And this is something that we would like also to happen, seen happening in the south. And finally, let me finish saying that the EU and Ukraine shows that very clearly, should look much more to the south, to the neighboring south, that is the Mediterranean. And it makes sense because on one hand, I said what I said about the price of the cereals, but also because if the other big gas supply, which is essential for the green transition, is in the south. And we need certainly to look at the south for the green transition, for the gas supply from the south of the Mediterranean, and to foster renewable energy, which, as I said, has a huge potential in the region. So for all these reasons, we think that the EU should look much more to the south, invest much more in the south, and build knowledge also in the south. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Octaviano, for this overview. Just a quick question. The calls, the next calls for PRIMA, when are they, and what is the frequency?
Yes. Unfortunately, the call is closing today. So no, yesterday. Well, one yesterday, and the next is on the 22nd, which means that those who are not there, they need to run a lot to participate. And the next call will be launched, hopefully, in December this year. There will be also around 70 or 75 million for the next call.
Perfect, thank you very much. Now I would like to move straight away to the online participants or panelists. Curcio, the screen is yours and we listen to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. And first of all, I would like really to thank you, Cinzia and Danilo, for these very nice initiatives. So I'm representing here the Interreg MED and in the future, this is also the present already EuroMed program for the next programming period 21-27. So we are speaking about governance in the Mediterranean, and I think the Interreg MED proposed already in the past some initiatives, interesting initiatives in order to move towards a better governance in the area. What is important for us, knowing that we are representing for the current programming period 14-20, 13 countries in the north side of the Mediterranean, and in the future 14 countries going to the Portugal until Cyprus. So we are covering only the north side of the Mediterranean basin. But we are very interested in working with also the south side. So this is why since 2010, we started to promote some different typologies of projects in order to increase our capacity to be more strategic, to be more able to implement a governance north-south, east-west, and not to stick only on our administrative areas. So we proposed different governance projects, and in particular horizontal projects, in order to be much more cross-cutting and not to stick only on thematic topics. So what is important at that moment is we are really in, as you introduced at the beginning, in a not inertial scenario, not H1, but we would like to contribute to a transformative one, H3, as you presented at the beginning of this session. We are now working, trying to work on building a roadmap with the West Med initiative, with the Union for the Mediterranean. We are trying to build a new innovative mechanism in order to better cooperate with all other Interreg programs working in the area. in particular on sustainable tourism as a pilot action, but the idea is to promote also the capacity to work in different fields in the future. We would like also to be like Prima, and of course, we already had some similar exchange with Mr. Quintana previously. I think it's really important together, all actors, all stakeholders, in particular in the Mediterranean area, so difficult area, in order to know. This is the key word from my point of view. In order to what has been done, what will be done in the future by the different programs, actors, stakeholders. We cannot continue to work separately, as it was the case until now. This is why we thought on those kind of horizontal projects. This word is really important for us: horizontal, cross-cutting, transversal. We don't want to continue to promote actions only within our program. We want to go out. This is why in the future programming period, we will promote a new typology of project, institutional dialogue projects, as we have called, in order to be able to be in touch with all other Mediterranean actors, north, south, east, west, as I already said. We have opened a call last 24 February. This call on governance projects, it will be open at least until the 24th May, but probably even more, because the call is strictly linked with the approval of the program, the new program by the European Commission, and probably it will not be done before the end of May. So this is a call already open, officially open, but without, in a simple way, without a deadline for the moment. But I would like to stress that this open, it's for us our gateway for the future, for a more cooperation, a more coordination, a more transparency in the Mediterranean area. We would like to join through this call all other actors interested in promote the same objectives, the same methodologies we share with them, and the same topics, of course, because I was really interested by the presentation of Mr. Quintana, but we 90% of what has been introduced by him are also our objectives. So it's completely anachronistic that we continue to work separately. We need really, at least on results, on transferring, we need to work all together. And this is why we tried to build a new architecture within our future program, allowing us capacities to co-finance, to promote cross-cutting actions. This means that we are already able not to co-finance partners from the south area of the Mediterranean basin, because for administrative reasons, the Interreg programs are not targeted on this point, but we want to work with other programs, in particular neighborhood programs like Next MED, I think you know very well, that they have that mission, that target. And also, as already said, with other all different actors able to implement actions in that sense. So for me today, what is important to spread out, to stress is our willingness to be open as much as possible in order to receive also your input to improve our contents, to cooperate with our projects in the Mediterranean area, to join us, and also from our side to join you in order to create a single, unique movement to face all challenges we already know, and to find altogether the best solutions we can in order to propose that to the European institutions, to the national governments, to the regional governments as well. Because what is important is not to forget the territorial dimension we have to cover altogether. So we are not thinking only on strategical ideas and methodologies, but we need to forward, to transfer concrete results on the ground. And we will not be able to do that alone, at least from the Interreg EuroMed side. So we are really open to work with you, to discover also through your contacts other stakeholders, to involve them in our program, following, of course, our rules and administrative conditions. But what is important is to create a new dialogue, a Mediterranean dialogue, and not only a program, single dialogue, one by one. So this is my message for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Curcio, for this message. And I just have a very quick question to you. As you've been with us over these 2 days on the ETU initiative, now the ETU initiative is a quite an encompassing initiative for transferring capitalization and implementation of certain objectives for certain themes, and for sure it can be adapted to other themes, and it can be even further mainstream horizontally. The question to you is, for example, South Mediterranean and East Mediterranean countries and African countries could also be part of this ETU initiative. I understand that the Interreg EuroMed, or its becoming Mediterranean program, is specifically eligible for Mediterranean European countries, and then the next MED is for certain regions in the South and East Mediterranean countries. So, and of course, I completely agree with you that either further coordination or further collaboration, or both, or probably even the same program, in my view, would help also to really mainstream and then learn from the good practices from the Interreg program to other programs that are, I would say, more recent, right? So this is also important to build on the learning effect over the years. So my question to you is, to what extent, for example, the ETU initiative, which is of course funded under your program, could also encompass other countries, like, for example, from Africa, Mediterranean, South and East. And then would those countries eventually, if would be funded via, for example, I don't know, other type of programs that could be specifically targeted to them?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I've forgotten to explain that it will be possible to participate to the Interreg EuroMed as associated partners. What does that mean? We are not able to co-finance directly partners outside the European Union, but we can associate them to our projects. And in that case, we can accept that their expenditures for travel, for instance, could be eligible and endorsed by the European Union partners. So this is a first answer. On the other hand, we are trying to build through different agreements and roadmaps, in particular with the neighborhood Interreg program, next one, the possibility to build simultaneously a call for proposals in order to have or to share the same objectives, respecting our different rules, but having in mind a final common objective to implement. In that case, it will be possible that southern countries could be associated or participate as neighborhood partners in the next MED program, but taking advantage also of the a cross-cutting cooperation or capitalization through the North and the Southern programs. So yes, of course, also we can think on the possibility to have different networks based in the European Union, but working also for external countries. And it could be through them that we could facilitate the capitalization or the transferring of results from the north to the south.
Thank you very much, Curcio. This is very clear, and we will keep following your evolutions of the programs, and then certainly you can count on Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association as a partner, and also hopefully for other programs that are involving the South and East Mediterranean. I would like to move straight away to Mubarak. So Mubarak, I think you heard you had a lot of food for thought. You've been actively involved in the EU African Union summit, particularly that you've been advising the chair, which is the Senegal now, so the president. To be honest, I read the declaration and I was quite disappointed. So you heard today what the speakers have been talking about. This is mainly for the Mediterranean. So how do you see the transition or sustainable transition accelerated in Africa, maybe in your own country, Senegal, based on what you heard, and what can be done from EU-Africa partnership to foster this sustainable transition? So you have a few minutes, 10 minutes. We are a bit late, but please, you will give us, you know, the food for thought for the next steps. Mubarak, please.
Thank you very much. I may move to French when I think it's better, but I will start with English. So I am the Director General of the Economic Prospective Bureau in Senegal, and I am also a mayor. So I am a local authority. So I am faced directly what you are talking as much as I will talk about this experience later, but just for general perspective, to mention that, as you may know, Africa is facing some difficulties because of the climate change, and we do not produce a lot of CO2, but we have suffered with less rains, and also the agriculture production also is facing many difficulties, and this is seen in our local communities. That's why the government all over Africa are developing national adaptation plan. While I'm talking with you, in fact, I am contributing to developing a national adaptation plan for Guinea, and we are updating it, and I'm working on the monitoring and evaluation part. We have also capacity development, etc. And in Senegal, we have developed a national adaptation plan since 2015, and we have also developed sectoral adaptation plan, but not in all sectors. We have only 9 sectors that have developed this program. And also in some local cities, the government is helping them in relation with the donors to integrate the climate change aspect in their local development plan in some communities in Senegal. And if we take our municipality, my municipality, the name is Niomre, Niomre. It's in the north of Senegal, close to the city of Louga, which is the 8th region. And we have 47 villages with different size, because the biggest village is 15,000 population. And this I am the mayor since
Mubarak, you have a connection problem.
And if you look what is happening in the, do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, you have a small connection problem. If you could probably switch off your camera so we have a better reception of what you're saying.
Yeah, let me just walk. But okay, so what I say is, let me try to shift also the. Okay, I think now it's better. Do you hear me a bit?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, so I say maybe I will switch to French if you may allow. Can I do it?
Mubarak, I prefer you finish in English because we don't have translation.
Okay, so if you take our local community, Niomre, as I say, we are facing the difficulties I was talking about. So low rain, and also desertification progressing, and also the consequences is the young people is moving to Dakar, the capital, is moving to Europe, especially Spain. Spain, you have a big community from Niomre. If you go to Bilbao and other cities, you will find a lot of people from Niomre. And so we need to act. And what we are doing today is to try to develop a small project, because if you go to the villages in general, they are active for 4 months only, or 5 months maximum. But the 7 other months, they have nothing to do. So what we are doing, what we are trying, is to develop a small project, agriculture project, but using tube well, and also giving them seeds to be able to work more than 5 months. And we have this project in some village, and we want to extend it and to make it better. But we have also to adapt the production to the local, to the new condition, because I say we have less rain, and change the product. For example, to choose some products that don't need too much rain. We are also developing solar energy. For example, when we develop this agriculture project, we tried as much as possible to do it with solar energy and not classic electricity. And we are ready to develop experience, to exchange experiences, to develop the capacities and to have additional finance. So we are very open to discuss with partners in the north and also in the south to see how we can move together. Thank you very much. Since time is running.
Thank you, Mubahak. I think we will have the time to discuss further collaboration. And certainly, if you followed the sessions yesterday and today, there is a lot that has been done already on the Mediterranean side that could really also serve as some examples to understand and to explore for Senegal and other countries in Africa. So this is an important, I mean, the first dialogue that we have on this specific topic, and then we will continue our dialogue and construction to ensure that countries also in Africa are part of the overall, I would say, collaborations and co-constructions. Thank you very much for being with us today. So I would like now to, because we don't have time, I see. So thank you very much for the contributions, the interactions, and I think we understand a little bit more what can be done. I think every institution is really trying to do what is needed, but then further collaboration, as Curcio said, is needed, further coordination is needed on the Mediterranean all basin, and also we need to think about the other continent on the south, that is Africa, particularly now with the new partnership of EU and African Union and Africa in general. And then we heard Octaviano mentioning that we also need to look further south after what happened in the war in Ukraine. So further collaboration on the south side is needed, also going beyond the Mediterranean, also looking at Africa. I think sustainability for me is a public good, universal good, which needs to be certainly mainstreamed and applied and really accelerated as soon as possible from all levels and also all stakeholders. So also a multi-stakeholder approach is essential, as Rosa mentioned. And I think we need to move forward into the construction. So our next panel is about transferring and then capacity building and mainstreaming. So Cynthia, I leave you to.
Thank you, Rim. So thank you very much. I will invite our next panelists, Roger Albillana, Josep Canals. Yeah, if someone can, I don't know, and Alessandro, please. I think Giuseppe, could someone, I don't know if he's on the corridor, maybe, to aware him that we will begin. And of course we have online GB Thiaman and Sharif Dawood. Okay. Hey, hello, good morning. Very nice to welcome you to the conference as well. Okay, so hello, Alessandro. Hello, Roger. It's a pleasure to have you here. And I just want to wait Giuseppe because he was here. Probably, I don't know if Danilo, can you ask? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so basically what we want to focus in this expert panel is, as you have heard, there are organizations that are working actively as networks, providing this support on the capacity building and the knowledge transferring. So this, if you see yesterday, we explained the way that through the Interreg MED Renewable Energy project, we are boosting this this action through the ETU initiative. So what we wanted today is to make an overall view of other organizations that are also working, but with other scopes. No? So I will give first the floor to Alessandro Miraglia. He's networking and communication team lead from the Regional Activity Center, Consumption Production, that they are also allocated here in Barcelona. So he's a very active, and he has been very involved in the switchers program, in the SwitchMed program, and I think it's a very interesting initiative that actually he will explain it better, but just to flag that it's interesting how it evolved from a project into an initiative. So for me, it's a promising example to follow. So Alessandro, the floor is yours. Yes, no, take a seat, Giuseppe.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much for EMEA to have invited SECAPs to this interesting and important initiative. I think it is a very good moment to talk about dialogue and capacity building, as it really aligns with a lot of different initiatives and policy frameworks which are ongoing at the moment, notably the global gateway from the European Union with this people-to-people centered approach, but also our UNEMAP midterm strategy, the UFN Greener Med Agenda, and of course the new Mediterranean agenda of the European Union. Our program, which is the Switcher Support Program, as I will explain, let's say, take a bit of all these different policies frameworks and also try to feed them with real world experiences, let's say, and work. I'd like to focus today on this specific initiative we are promoting, which is the Switcher Support Program. We design it as a multi-level capacity building approach. The Switcher Support Program is a strategic initiative of our center, the Sustainable Consumption and Production Regional Activity Center, is running to deliver on its commitments and to fulfill its mandate by the Barcelona Convention for the Protection of the Mediterranean. We called it the Switchers Support Program. You will heard a lot about the switchers in my presentation. So firstly, let me clarify what the term is referring to, as this is intrinsically linked with the idea of capacity building and mission-driven capacity building we have in our organization. Switchers are sustainable business models based on the interdependency between society, economy, and environment, which deliver goods and services which create both social and environmental value, applying eco-innovation and systemic thinking. Supporting switchers, so SMEs and entrepreneurs which comply with this definition, is for us a way to put focus, to assign centrality to the idea that the innovation potential they bring about can be replicated and scaled up. Another concept that I just mentioned, and I would like also to focus on, is eco-innovation, and more specifically the nexus between eco-innovation and capacity building. As the degree of innovation, as you can see in the arrow, rises from process to system level innovation, so the institutional capacity which is required to govern this process increases, along with the demand from, let's say, of course, end user and beneficiaries of regulatory measures, but also investments. This tension, we believe it's very important for capacity building, and it is also an opportunity to create, let's say, responsibility and accountability toward different duty bearers, but also to mutually reinforce agency among the different stakeholders along the program. Having said that, let's delve into some more operational aspects of the Switcher Support Program. The Switcher Support Program objective is, of course, to scale up and accelerate green and circular transition in the Mediterranean. And to do that, we employ a number of different approaches, and we work also with different stakeholders at different levels. One of the most important things of the Switcher Support Program is the approach that we adopted in regard to the ecosystem. So we adopt a business development ecosystem approach, which is not, let's say, improvised. It came after having prototyped and tested a wide array of business support methodologies, and then, of course, having identified and involved and engaged a number of different stakeholders to whom, let's say, transfer all these approaches and these methodologies. For us, a business development ecosystem encompasses all those actors providing specific services or facilities to grow entrepreneurship and eco-innovation, including, of course, regulators, infrastructure providers, market, access to finance, and innovation enablers. We target all these different sectors and the stakeholders, of course, which are represented within these sectors, with both individual capacity building, but also networking, so they can share experiences, of course, and generate knowledge. So not only transferring knowledge, but also generating knowledge together is important. And of course, to do that, we devote a lot of efforts to connect public and private sectors. Key stakeholders' ability and skills are supported on the basis of the demand that their beneficiaries or end users generate. And of course, on the evidence gathered and gained through different sectoral studies and replication analysis. This requires to develop enough, let's say, critical mass to contribute to set the policy agenda, of course, attract the interest of policymakers, and bring them to a sort of negotiation table. And for this, we also have created a specific instrument, which is called the Switchers Community. We will talk about later. In the image on the left side or on the right side, you can see how, let's say, this demand-based approach or this service-based approach is structured. And if you can see the different icons, you will also notice that we have inserted the network development and policy enabling as one of the services that the program is offering. The real backbone of the Switcher Support Program are the national partnership of BSOs and public providers, which are being developed in several countries in the Southern Mediterranean. Those we call the Switcher National Partnership are actually facilitated and let's say, supported technical by our organization, SECAPs, but of course are in full control of our local partners in the countries. The overall objective of this partnership is actually to promote a more efficient design, management and implementation of business development services, but also, of course, to bring about multi-stakeholder dialogue as they have different actors represented within them, and also, of course, increase, let's say, competitiveness as a whole by offering a more systematized, let's say, or efficient journey to entrepreneurs or SMEs who like to access specific services. We have a specific program definition, which I'm going to read because I cannot recall right now, it's a non-institutionalized voluntary association of public and private actors that cooperate on green business development services to achieve a mutually agreed upon objective, which can potentially benefit all the involved parties, making available resources, skill, and knowledge. It is important to keep in mind these proceedings, let's say, and it took us a while also to develop it, because this infrastructure, this avenue we actually opened and reflected on the achievements of the program itself. So as you can see, as of today, we managed to replicate, let's say, our methodology through trainings and knowledge transfer to more than 400 experts, which have been accredited and graduated, let's say, from our, let's say, academy. This business partnership we have facilitated in different countries are actually gathering more than 100 public and private BSOs. Out of the 400 accredited experts, 46 of them are women, which also we'll see how it reflects on the gender dimension of the final beneficiaries. And of course, I mean, through specific contracts and the setting of mutual agreement, we, let's say, encourage switches support partnership also to replicate and open their partnership to other stakeholders. Of course, once the experts have been trained, those national partnerships are supported to design and implement a specific action plan at national level. And as you can see, the results speak by themselves. We managed so far to train more than 3,000 entrepreneurs and SMEs on different issues such as green business modeling, green business planning, eco-innovation, access to finance, access to market. 50% of them are women, which is also an important mark for us. And we have managed to incubate directly to this partnership almost 300 entrepreneurs. And we have, by monitoring, let's say, the different outcomes of these activities, we have calculated more or less there are 300 enterprises which have been registered or are about to be registered. One of the latest, let's say, products or services we've been working on is to digitalize this business ecosystem. And we have created the switchers.org. The switchers.org for us, it's also a way to democratize or improving access and outreach for all the kind of services that these switchers national partnership are offering. It is a virtual business ecosystem because it has not only, let's say, a direct service offer, but it also connects different stakeholders such as financial institutions, BSOs, expert and trainers, and of course, entrepreneurs in order to have them interacting on this platform. It came, of course, useful when there was the pandemic, but let's say that in terms of digital outreach is still something we believe good in order to reach out to, let's say, vulnerable or population which is not normally concentrated in the geographical places where all these things happen. As I say, the switchers community for us was also important. It's a place where we gather and we invite green entrepreneurs and SMEs to share their experiences, to connect among themselves, also to encourage them to peer exchanges and exchanges of knowledge, and to increase this critical mass, so to advocate on behalf of the community and offer them a way to for self-representation and ownership. The policy hub is one of the other two, let's say, we also would like to draw the attention. I mean, how, let's say, capacity building and transferring of knowledge should be embedded, of course, in policy processes, and we have created a specific program for that. I would like just to finish recalling, let's say, what are possible takeaways for this presentation. The multidirectionality of the capacity building, as we saw, working at different levels is very important. Creating structure in which this capacity building or knowledge transfer activity can be actually embedded and then catalyzed and replicated. increase, of course, outreach and improve access, as we are doing with the switchers, recurring also to digitalization and virtualization as way to improve the access for all the different levels. Of course, a capacity building which is policy oriented and policy driven, embedded in existing policy framework. And finally, let's say, highlighting that the switcher support program is an effort which is running since 10 years, and longer project cycle, of course, are needed to uphold capacity building and transfer knowledge. Thank you very much, and sorry if I took more time than expected.
Thank you, Alessandro. I think it's really interesting, the approach that you have, and I just wanted to ask you precisely in this the long-term effect that you're aiming to have, no long-term effect projects. So I was wondering, what do you think, like policies like the European Green Deal could also have some incidence on the attractiveness of green businesses creation on the South?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Absolutely, I think. I mean, again, the very aim, let's say, of our center is, of course, to develop policies which are conducive for all the process that I've just mentioned. Those for us are mainly demonstration action, and then we need to bring the impacts somewhere where decisions are made. In our case, of course, this is the Barcelona Convention. During the last COP in December, we have also our small COP. It's not big like the climate one, but it's a COP again. And during our last COP in December in Antalya, we managed to pass, let's say, a decision which has been adopted by all the contracting parties to support sustainable business creation in the Mediterranean. There is a set of regional measures that have been adopted and approved. And of course, I mean, we understand this is the way that all the Mediterranean countries, the 22 parties which are the signatory parties of this multilateral treaty, commit themselves to support green entrepreneurship. And this, again, come in combination with a number of policy frameworks that have been generated during these last couple of years, which are incredibly, let's say, important for the kind of work we are developing. And it's not only, of course, the Green Deal, the circular economy action plan of the European Union, again, the greener MED agenda, the Mediterranean, the MED strategy of our mother organization, the UNEM map. There are, let's say, different levels in which we can now link our work, and of course, I mean, offer the impacts that we have yielded during these last years as an evidence that really a bottom-up approach regarding eco-innovation, again, knowledge creation, generation and transferring, can be really useful to undertake, to tackle environmental challenges, and of course also to represent a clear mitigation strategy for climate change.
Thank you, Alessandro.
Thank you.
I think we can go for another approach. So I will ask to Giuseppe if you could explain us a bit what he's director of the secretary, sorry, of MED Cities, and they have a very nice experience and wide examples about sustainable development and in urban development. So we will be pleased to hear you.
Thank you very much. Bon dia a tothom. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having us, main of all. Gracias, Cynthia. I will try to explain why we feel that local authorities are a key actor role to make things happen faster. First of all, I would like to celebrate the fact that there is an ecosystemic transition unit. This kind of approach, me as a ecology biologist all of my life, not only while speaking or trying to address environmental issues, but I think that if we want to success on the sustainable development, we have to work on an ecosystemic approach because, but many administrations still work in silos, working for the sustainable development, which is a contradiction, and I think make things more difficult to achieve. So MED Cities is a network of 67 now. I think it's working. Okay. 67, 63, but now we are already 67 municipalities from all the Mediterranean region, born here in Barcelona 31 years ago. So the starting will was to cooperate, and in the end, in present days, our will is to, what we do is work together, learn to learn one from the others, trying to help and to work together to, as I said, to make things happen faster, to make things change faster, and to learn to each other's, mainly to each other's mistakes. We can learn a lot of others' mistakes, not to reinvent the wheel and to save money and time. So it's very important, this approach to working together. In several actions, we are with projects, big projects like Interreg MED projects, we'll see it later, with bilateral cooperation. With we try to, and I will highlight also this, to become a knowledge sharing platform is very important. And as a former mayor, I like to say this: mayors, it's very important that mayors can weep or cry together. They have a lot of challenges, a lot of problems. They cannot say no. They have to say no sometimes. They cannot say no because they don't have all the needed competencies and all the needed resources to tackle all the problems that they face. They are the first door of the public administration, the first level. So they need more resources, more competencies, because if you can find something, is that mayors have that struggle in their eyes, that will of changing things. And cities and municipalities are more similar among them than states among them. This is maybe too obvious that the states are highlighting the differences among them. But when we work together in this region, in a region which is so different, but at the same time so similar, when you work with mayors, you see in their eyes that they want to solve problems. Last week, we were in Lebanon, and Lebanon is almost a failed state. They say it so. But mayors have that strong will to work and to surpass the situation. And if the state is not there, working among other cities, among other municipalities outside their own state is very helpful. And of course, with international institutions like the European Union, for example, we capitalize all this knowledge, for example, Interreg MED projects, and we try then to jump the bridge and go to the other side of the Mediterranean to work together in issues like strategic planning, environmental diversity, social cohesion. We work mainly in urban services, mobility, energy, water, waste management, but more and more we are incorporating the vision of the social aspects and economical aspects, which is by definition the sustainable development. So I would like to highlight the importance to tackle all the issues that we are tackling together, all of us here, the strategic planning. I normally say that, I like to say, as mayors tend to be very practical. And most of you, and I know that, and I come from a scientific background, we like to gather more and more evidence, But while we search for more evidence, I think that we need to act, as Professor said on first time. We need to act now. We are running out of time. So strategic planning is very important to know where we're heading to. But in the meantime, we can act also. This is one of these examples is the project. This is we have been working with the city development strategies in Tunisia. We have quite good experience in that, our own model, but in bilateral activities, as I said, but I want to focus in some of the things that projects like, for example, Asima Tunis, which is not an Interreg MED project, but Rosa from UN Habitat was speaking about this. This approach, this strategic planning that is for 4 years linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. But in the meantime, one of the main axes of the project is try to localize the waste management. And while we are discussing and planning for the next years, what is the roadmap for the next year for the whole city of Tunis, we want to localize and create a concrete product, which is the waste management product for the city of Tunis. So while we are gathering data and planning, we can act, we have to act, we need to act. So, and that is what I would like to highlight again, the need and to act. And one essential actor to act are the municipalities. And too often we witness that states think that they have to work by themselves, by national and state policies to tackle sustainable development, or directly with civic society, general public, which is good, but without municipalities many times. I think that that is a great mistake, but because municipalities has proven that are the key chain to boost things and to make things going faster, as I said before. And that's what one of the things that we have been approached by other partners to become, in some cases, leaders, and in others, partners, playing partners in these 4 thematic areas, thematic Interreg MED projects. Urban transport, which is sustainable mobility, we are the leaders in this. Biodiversity protection, maybe it's not too obvious that a municipality can work in sustainable development and in biodiversity protection. We can, and a lot. Many of the cities are this frontier between the urban and the rural, and the land and the sea and the rivers. So and cities itself are hotspots on biodiversity, more than we can maybe think. So it's very important that we have this approach and encircle with this sustainable circularity in sustainable destinations, mainly in sparse areas and in islands, and blue phasma, which is to achieve circularity, incorporate the circularity in the blue economy. So it's very important for us that cities, municipalities are involved with academia, with scientific units, with civil society in this kind of projects, because there is something that me as a quite new person in this system felt that it's much needed. Me as a mayor and other mayors, if you are not directly involved in one of these projects, you don't know that what are they useful for. And there is a lot of public money, very useful to do things in these projects, but there is a lack of spread of the knowledge, as Curcio Cervelli said. There is a lack of maybe stronger governance to achieve that all this knowledge, all these experiences that we share together, all these successes and mistakes, all this data that we are accumulating and transforming it into recommendations to the policies. Of course, they must be upgraded to the European institutions, but must be spread with all the municipalities, the thousands of municipalities, and also the civil society that are there waiting for things to happen, and maybe saying that things are trying to be changed without them. So it's very important that we share all this knowledge and we give these resources, as I said, to the municipalities to allow them to make things happen and to apply all these policies. And that's why that's one of the reasons, the raison d'etre of MedCities, to share this organization, to share all these experiences. And maybe we could set an example, a humble example. We are not too big, but a humble example on how we can work together and make things, I repeat myself, I know, but it is a main idea, how we can we make that international agendas, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030, the New Green Deal, we are humbly able to transform these agendas into concrete actions and pilot projects, and the capacity building, very important, capacity building in our municipalities. I strongly believe that without municipalities, without capacitated and prepared municipalities, the change is not possible. So just to finish, I would say this, that I think that municipalities are much needed, and we are prepared to work with you, with all the community, and in the new Interreg MED Euromed project. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much, Josep. Exactly. I think that, well, yesterday we have this the opportunity to listen to different flagship cases that work with us through the ETU initiative, and I think that what you say is precisely one of the, I truly believe, and I share with you, that municipalities and the local level is the key scale to action. Obviously, we need the policies, but then, so just to, I mean, you have been very inspiring, but just a little bit, how do you recommend, and we have here, and there's colleagues also online, to municipalities, how do you recommend them to reach also this? Because what you're saying is very important. The circle around European projects goes in a sphere, and the municipalities, so how they can, which should be, of course, now you know that Interreg MED makes this effort, but probably could be others, no? So what would you recommend as a tip for them to follow?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it's very important they associate among them. Very important to associate. In Lebanon last week, we were saying to our member mayors, we will, apart from being a platform of projects, we would like to be a platform of your dialogue among, at least among the mayors, members of MedCities in each state, mainly where we have more, which is Tunisia and Lebanon, to be a platform to work together. Many times I see that they try to reach and to compete with others, to reach projects for their own municipality. But in international institutions like the European Union, like a lot, I think, more collective projects, even among municipalities. So I think that we are stronger if we work together among them to achieve one particular project. For example, we were suggesting in renewable energies is easier to get funding if the funder sees that the impact is for several cities more than only one, for example. And another one, I would say, the model that we are applying also in some of these Interreg MED projects, and I know the Interreg Secretariat is willing to spread, and maybe in the new program, which is this kind of MED Academy. I think it's very important, this model, for to try to gather the other actors that are not directly involved in those projects, which are quite a minority. Even a lot of projects, they are a minority. There are thousands of municipalities there and thousands of civil society institutions. So for me, the model of MED Academy that tried to spread this knowledge with seminars, with platforms, with books, with online big structures of this kind of model, I think that would be very, very useful for the municipalities that don't know anything about us.
Exactly. Thank you, Josep. Okay, so I will go for ask Roger Albiñana. He's director of the Institute Europeo de la Mediterránea at Barcelona. They also have a very interesting approach and initiatives developing, also focus on cooperation, but they have a strong also actions that we will hear from Roger. So if you want to intervene, please.
Thank you, Cynthia. Allow me to speak from here, because I'll probably be the only one without a PowerPoint presentation, so it's more comfortable to be sitting and to listen to you. Allow me first of all to thank EMEA for this invitation. I heard and I see that this is your first face-to-face, even if it's in a hybrid format, face-to-face event after the pandemic. So welcome to the club. I'm glad that we will be able to join your conferences on a presence basis and not only virtually. And allow me to say as well that my presentation will probably be a bit different than my two preceding speakers, because we are an institution of a different nature. They do a lot of initiatives on the field, and we try to accompany initiatives at various levels. We try to bring together stakeholders of different nature, public and private, civil society, with the aim to gather and create knowledge and disseminate this knowledge. So even though I will refer to a few more concrete and specific initiatives, my presentation will be more theoretical. And I will start by pointing at the Ipcc report, because many of you have already referred to it. And as the Ipcc report states, the Mediterranean and Africa are bracing for some of the harshest effects of climate change in the coming decades, including rising sea levels, water scarcity, rising temperatures, and drought. And therefore, the need to translate the growing awareness around climate change, sustainability, and the green economy into actionable mitigation and adaptation steps. The two concepts that both of them were actually referring, has therefore never been clearer. In particular, the transition towards renewable energy presents a region with a tremendous opportunity to combine the financial resources that we know that exist, the know-how and access to markets of the EU, with the untapped potential of the Southern Mediterranean's massive natural resources, particularly in the solar and wind energy, as well as its young population and need for dynamic economic growth and job creation. By the way, job creation, which is still the most pressing and urgent need in the region, especially for young people and women. However, this opportunity has faced continuous challenges and an effective cooperation to achieve a green energy transition that must take these challenges into account. The North-South economic rift in the Mediterranean, exacerbated by the financial crisis, the political instability resulting from the Arab Spring, and finally the pandemic, is still considerable, not to mention that some of the countries that embraced change in 2011 after the Arab or during the Arab Spring have now returned to authoritarian or quasi-authoritarian regimes. The green transition towards renewable energy therefore presents the Mediterranean region with an opportunity to engage in the kind of effective cooperation with tangible benefits for all, which it has been trying to achieve for the last decade. To illustrate these possibilities, I would like to take the examples of Morocco, generally considered to be amongst the most promising examples of a green transition, and Tunisia, which presents more challenges and shortages for which increased knowledge sharing and capacity building will be of great importance. It is clear that the level and scope of financial investment in the region in order to achieve a green transition will be key to its level of success. Both Tunisia's and Morocco's ability to meet their carbon emission targets in line with the Paris Agreement will depend on billions and billions of dollars of foreign investment through climate finance mechanisms, most of which will have to come from the international community. There are significant opportunities for synergistic approach between the EU's financial instruments like the ENI, now it's the NDC, or in the framework of the NDC, or the EFSD Plus, the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, and broader agendas like the new agenda for the Mediterranean, the European Green Deal, the recently launched or at least presented EU Global Gateway strategy, as well as international financial institutions, and finally, national governments and their public sectors. All of these bodies, to varying degrees, have followed a trend towards an increased commitment to climate finance and green finance and other type of initiatives. The results of these investments have already been positive. In Morocco, for instance, the successful construction of the Noor Ouarzazate solar power plant was partially funded by IFIs, including the EIB and the World Bank, and it shows the kind of large-scale renewable projects which the country is capable of carrying out with sufficient foreign direct investment. In Tunisia, we can take the example of the ongoing development of the MED Mediterranean Undersea Interconnector, which in 2019 was designated as an EU project of common interest and which has been funded by IFIs, including the World Bank. This project will link Tunisia's power grid to the European network, and this integration of the two electricity markets will, according to the World Bank, provide Tunisia with increased backup power capacity, thus easing its integration of solar and wind into energy grid. But an important dimension of the foreign direct investments in the renewable sector, as well as in other key areas of the green transition, such as water, agriculture, or land use, is how they contribute not just to the construction of infrastructure, but also to capacity building and knowledge sharing, in order to ensure the continuity of the transition and maximize its ability to produce employment. In this regard, for instance, Germany has partnered with Morocco to construct Africa's first hydrogen plant. Beyond the construction of this plant, the project, which is part of the German National Hydrogen Strategy, also aims to establish a research platform to allow for training, skills development, and knowledge transfer in partnership with the Moroccan Research Institute for Solar Energy. In fact, this kind of instinct for capacity building in combination with effective policy dialogue is much needed. These days, for instance, we hear our authorities at all levels evoking the MidCat project that would envisage an interconnection between the Iberian Peninsula and Europe through France over the Eastern Pyrenees to transport natural gas or green hydrogen. I would say that this is not really to respond to the dependence of Russian gas in the short run, basically because this project, if it is approved, it will be implemented in the coming 5 to 6 years. So it will not give response to the current needs that we have at the moment, but it is a choice to enhance regional value chains of renewables. And I think that this is important, especially in the current context, to highlight it. It is worth remembering that in order for cooperation and investment to be effective, the right conditions must first be created by the relevant institutions, usually national institutions. Morocco's renewable energy strategy has the backing of the country's highest authorities, and the creation of the publicly owned Moroccan Agency for Sustainable Energy is a testament to this. The country has become a leading example in the region by understanding the need for a shift towards a greener economic model in order to tackle the multiplying issues of climate change coupled with limited economic growth and job prospects. The constitutional reform of 2011 establishes the right to sustainable development, as well as the National Charter for Environment and Sustainable Development of 2012, a law on the environment and sustainable development of 2014, and a national strategy on sustainable development of 2017. All of these demonstrate this shift in the last decade. Morocco shows that institutions can create the right environment for investment and cooperation. Nevertheless, efforts at cooperating in the region, including initiatives for capacity building and knowledge sharing, must adapt to different circumstances and address all relevant issues. We at the IMED, at the European Institute of the Mediterranean, recently had the opportunity to hear from key stakeholders from Western Mediterranean countries working on issues around water scarcity in the region in the context of a conference on the water and climate change security and adaptation nexus, back to a 5+5 dialogues ministerial meeting on water that took place last week in Valencia. And we could also accompany the establishment of a knowledge transfer and training facility for the water sector in the Western Mediterranean. Another vital area of importance is investing in youth. With a focus on young people and women in particular, EU-funded InvestMed project provides financial support, training and incubation services to sustainable businesses in Egypt, Lebanon, and Tunisia. Against a backdrop of a growing concept of green entrepreneurship, green jobs, and even green skills, investing in and empowering young people through training and education is essential. Education and training can also be a driver for long-term institutional change where it is most needed, working towards a bottom-up green transition. Especially in the midst of the increasingly accelerating historic events that the geopolitical world is going through, it is imperative that efforts at cooperation are targeted and focused. Some Southern Mediterranean countries had to manage multiple crises and deal with the multiplied effects of climate change, the pandemic, conflict, and migratory flows. The implications of the ongoing Russia and Ukraine war on energy markets in Europe and across the world are likely to add further uncertainty to the geopolitical landscape. Algeria, for instance, is already seeing an increase in demand for its gas from Europe as it tries to diversify its energy supply. And in this context, international cooperation must work in tandem with these fluctuations and multiple crises without losing perspective on the existential importance of the green transition. This is especially true in a region like the Mediterranean, which is likely to be among the first to feel the effects of inaction, as it has been stated by everybody else in this conference. Therefore, my final takeaway is to join what Rim and others actually said during their presentation, that we really need, and we definitely need to move from transition into action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger. Very, very insightful, your thoughts and words. I really appreciate, because I think that covers what we were commenting before. It's important to work on the local, but it's obviously necessary to link this transferring with the logical of the mainstreaming on the policy level. And I think that what EMED does is a great job in this sense, to have both mainstreaming and the transfer. As we are a bit late, I will go directly with our colleagues. GB, Thiam, hello, can you hear us well?
Hi, good afternoon. I hear you well.
Okay, so thank you very much, GB. Let me introduce you. He's a professor from economics in the University of Cape Town. And GB, I would like to give you the floor so you can give us your opinion and what you're doing in the university. And just to advise myself, what do you think about what we are explaining later on? Okay, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And Cynthia, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of your important conference. I'm sharing my screen. I don't know whether you can see my screen.
Yes, maybe if you can put it full screen would be better.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go.
Perfect.
Right. Yes, I have been asked to talk about capacity building and knowledge transfer in Mediterranean and Africa, as then therefore my slides will be related to that. And I also speak as an academic working from an African institution, then therefore the perspective that I bring here is the one that looks at capacity building from a student's body perspective, but also policymakers and through knowledge creation. I kind of wanted to highlight what I believe is quite important when it comes to talking about capacity building, the resources that are mobilized, the tools that are used, the outcomes achieved, and whether the monitoring has been done in a way that is accurate or not. Now, resources, obviously, when we talk about resources, we first think about financial resources. These are important because they are the oil of the engine, for instance, but they are not the only important resources. You have other resources, intellectual resources, technical resources. What we have observed over the past years was, for instance, a mismatch between the type of capacity building activities that were introduced in Africa and what was actually needed underground. Then therefore, what we're claiming here is it's quite important to put in place expertise that is sensitive to the domestic realities. What works in a country A might not work in another country B, obviously, because countries are different. They have their own characteristics, they have their own past, their own institutional setups. Then it's quite important to bear that in mind when it comes to designing policies and practices that actually aim at promoting capacity building. And that's why I was saying money is not the only tool, it's not the only resource. We might also need other resources, although linked to financial resources, but a little bit different. And something that I believe is also quite important is a time horizon. Of course, this is driven by the amount of financial resources that is actually put on the table. Are we talking about short term, medium term, or long term? Because depending on the time horizon, obviously we're going to articulate the way we implement our capacity building policies and practices accordingly. And something that I also believe is important is accountability of the resources involved, then therefore transparency, because in the end, we talk about taxpayers' money here, directly or indirectly, there should be accountability in the way that money is actually being spent. And the last point that I wanted to pinpoint on the resources is the manner in which those resources are mobilized and actually allocated. Most of the time, when we design policy practices, people, they sit from their offices and come to a particular area with predefined objectives and solutions. And we have gathered enough evidence that shows that this is not necessarily the best way to do it. It's quite important to engage with people and promote a sort of bottom-up approach whereby insights are also gathered from people on the ground in order for them to clearly state what they want to see and how they would like to be involved also, because that approach tends to facilitate, or at least to promote, the ownership of several capacity building initiatives. We have seen that across many different examples in Africa, for instance, from north to east, all the way down to West Africa, and even here in this part of Africa, in the SADC region. There are a couple of continental initiatives that made use of bottom-up approaches in order to tailor initiatives that are implemented in the region. And therefore, getting the resources right is important, because without resources, obviously, it's not going to be possible to achieve any objective. Now, here also something that is important to highlight when it comes to resources, particularly in Africa, is whether resources are internal or external. And therefore, another way of saying it is whether it's domestic or international, whether it's donor funded or it's something that is coming from the government. Here, I think the result is quite mitigated. There are a couple of African countries that really taking the full responsibility of the amount of money that is going to be spent in the education system, in the capacity building system. I mean, of course, they face some issues given the budget constraint they face, but it's going to be very difficult to question the will, because they have achieved a lot given the limited budget that is at their disposal. Now, when we move from the resources and we ask ourselves the tools that are going to be used in order to promote capacity building. Now, the environment in which we're evolving has tremendously changed over the past 10 to 15 years. The way we were doing our teaching and learning activities has changed because new realities have emerged, new situations have also emerged, and therefore we need to adapt, right? We're living in an economy that is more digitalized, and therefore we have to change the platform we use to disseminate knowledge, to transfer technologies, to engage with stakeholders. Then we might actually combine here again manuals or case studies or online training materials, expert meetings and workshops. There are different formats that can actually be used, but what is important here is to make sure that we're not using a one-size-fits-all approach, because in the end, countries are different, situations are different, and circumstances might actually change depending on the time and the area we find ourselves into. And therefore, here, I think we can keep it quite broad when it comes to advocating for tools that should be used in order to promote capacity building development. And something that is key when taxpayers' money is engaged is the outcome. Then whether we have actually achieved what we wanted to achieve, what's the value for money, whether the investment that was made is a good one or not, what are the potential options that can actually be implemented in order to correct any mistake that was made, or actually to amend changes that need to be changed. For here, I think there are different techniques that can be used for that. They can be quantitative oriented as well as qualitative oriented. When it comes to quantitative criteria, it's quite straightforward. We're going to look at the number of people trained. Of course, we can disaggregate them by cohort, whether they are young people, old people. Gender might also play a role, females, male, but we can actually identify quite clear and straightforward criteria that can be tabled in order to investigate, or at least in order to have a clear say when it comes to the outcomes that were achieved, right? And obviously, from a conceptual perspective, we can make use of the theory of change. Then therefore, we're looking at whether we have added value, whether there has been value creation. And for that, this is also a quite important outcome that has been often used by several academic institutions. And the value for money comes here when we look at the cost effectiveness, whether we could have, for instance, achieved the same outcome with less money, right? Then we are interrogating the efficiency of our action. Nowadays, in any development policy, in any education policy, we're making sure that fairness is actually included into the process, and therefore equity, and opportunity, and also inclusiveness. I mean, these are very important criteria, because in the end, we talk about people here, and whatever we do is actually done for the people. then it's quite important and urgent to make sure that we associate the people we're working for right. And also here the monitoring. Now, when we do monitoring, there are different ways of doing monitoring, obviously, depending on the theoretical framework that is articulated here. As I mentioned earlier, we make use of the theory of change and impact evaluation. This is quite straightforward. There are different techniques to do that. Although, although these techniques are not perfect, but they are fine from an economic standpoint. They can be perfected, obviously. But what is important here is for us to be able to tell a story and to have an objective, transparent, and unbiased opinion regarding on whether changes have been observed and whether an action that was implemented by an agency, and therefore a capacity building action is or has led to that change, and how learning can actually be applied in the future. And therefore, how can we improve the way we're doing business, right? And through that, we also can do outcome mapping by, as I said earlier, balancing what falls under quantitative with what falls under qualitative. Because sometimes there might be significant progress, but the quantitative tools that are used do not allow us to really identify those progresses. And therefore, by using qualitative approaches, we can be more lenient in terms of how to apprehend the variety of changes that actually did occur in a particular geographical area. But here again, as I say, from an economic standpoint, be quite straightforward, try to simplify things as much as possible, although we know that things are not often easy as we would like them to be. I work from as an academic, I work at the University of Cape Town, and therefore our core mandate is to promote capacity building. Our mandate is to build the capacity. Then therefore it's an academic institution. Then, we have faculties, departments, we train students from South Africa, from the rest of the world. We make sure that they get properly trained, and when they finish, they are tested in the market. They can be employed and they can deliver. That's our mandate. We do that as through formal channels, right? Getting courses out, programs out. Sometimes we also have workshops, right? Or once-off or repetitive training sessions. Usually these are at undergrad, at postgrad. We have, for instance, project development, for instance, also plays an important role, because through projects, there are also students who are involved. Then they learn not only how to do research, but they also learn softer skills that are quite important when it comes to being competitive in the job market out there. But here, our core mandate is to train students and to make sure that they perform well when they go to the job market. But now, when I look at the capacity building story and put it into a context, we're talking about Africa here, and Africa as a continent needs to be developed in a context that is rapidly changing, right? If we consider the existing developed countries, the challenges they did face 80 years ago, these are completely different from the ones the African continent or even some countries in Asia are currently facing. We have a high population growth, most of them living in the urban area. The issue of peace and security threat is actually growing because of terrorism, because of a lot of different issues that actually affect development policy. And these are issues most industrialized countries today did not face when they were implementing development policies that target capacity building development. And another serious issue here is climate change, right? Making sure that energy is produced in a much cleaner way, not using fossil fuel, but using clean, right? Wind, PV, hydro. and the soil quality to support agricultural practices has also changed because of the consequence maybe of climate change, but also other actions, right? And if there is anything, I believe, that the COVID pandemic has taught us is the vulnerability of our societies, regardless of whether we're talking about a developed or a developing country. But obviously, given the limited financial constraint, if you take a developing country, then therefore the resilience is a bit lower given the limited financial constraint. It's something that is very particular, I believe, when it comes to African countries, is the level of uncertainty, right? Because as the director of EMEA said earlier, risk is not an issue, we can mitigate that, but uncertainty is a little bit harder, and particularly if it's an uncertainty that is directly linked to the level of livelihood that is observed within a particular community. Then all the things, they actually play a very important role in creating a discrepancy between how development policies are effectively implemented and how they should have been implemented if all things were working perfectly. We're living in an economy, I believe, that is completely digital, right? And I'm talking from South Africa, and therefore this is a testimony of that.
Sorry, GP, sorry to interrupt you, but we have to speed up a bit.
That's fine. Yeah. Then therefore, something that is also, that is observed is the geopolitics is changing. You know, Africa is not, it's still tied to some countries in Europe, but you know, now Africa is changing. You have new actors, you have Asia linking up with different African economies. All the things will actually play a very important role when it comes to designing capacity building policies. And therefore, when it comes here to reimagining tools that are used to promote capacity building, then therefore it's important to make sure that the tools speak to the local context, not importing tools from another country because it doesn't add value. It's important to have tools that are taken from within a particular country, and also develop a culture of evaluation and transparency to make sure that taxpayers' money is objectively and accurately spent. And also, most of the time, not having a mindset of a zero-sum game attitude, like my loss is your gain, but having an attitude that promotes a collaboration and a partnership. I thank you, and the floor is over back to you.
Thank you, GB. I think that you straight and you pointed very good aspects that collaboration and transferring should take into consideration. I really appreciate that you highlighted that it's needed to understand properly the context and to understand the needs. No, when we are in a very simple math, if you need to match receivers and takers, that we have this concept very close in the project. It's needed to understand properly the needs from those who are receiving any tool or any kind of support. So thank you very much, JB. I will give the floor to our last panel, Sherif Dawood. He's Deputy Head of Sustainable Development Unit of the Egyptian Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. He has been involved in different projects. Hello, Sherif. So I will give you the floor and please explain us what are you boosting right now from Egypt and in face of the upcoming COP27. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you, Cynthia. Good afternoon, everyone. And allow me to start by thanking the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association for organizing this very important meeting. I'll try to be very brief, and I'll focus mainly on our efforts in preparations for COP27 that should be hosted in Egypt in next November, and focusing on what we are doing currently in the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. Actually, we are working on parallel tracks, but to start with, we don't look at climate change separately. We look at it as a part of a bigger picture, which is achieving sustainable development through the implementation of the SDGs and eradicating poverty, because this is the target that we should not forget. Climate change is extremely important. We need to address it, but this has to be through a comprehensive approach that takes into consideration all other aspects of sustainable development. In order to do so, we are working on several levels. The first level is the level of integrating issues related to environment, climate, and sustainability into the process of national planning and preparing the investment plan and the national economic policies. In order to do so, we are applying several guidelines and measures to green the national budget, to further promote green projects and green investments in partnership with, of course, development partners, especially from the EU. One of the success stories we are having and we're working on right now is that in 2019, we have adopted what we call the Environment Sustainability Guidelines, which are guidelines that organize the projects into the National Investment Plan. And under these guidelines, we managed to increase the share of green projects into 30% of the investment plan of the year 2021-2022. And we're aiming as the government of Egypt to get this percentage up to 50% by the year 2024-2025. In addition, we are also working with partners from the EU on exploring the opportunities for green hydrogen as an alternative fuel and a clean source of energy to address climate change. And this is a clear example of a potential partnership between Northern and Southern Mediterranean. Indeed, the level of ambition here is directly proportional to the level of support and the level of cooperation, because as long as you are able to sustain an offtake and you are able to sustain cooperation framework and exchange of resources and knowledge and investments, Southern Mediterranean countries are able to increase their ambition in order to address this supply that is, this demand that is growing from the supply side. Let me move very quickly to the issue of capacity building, but before I touch it, I need also to highlight one of the key experiences we had last year, which is very relevant in our case, and it was mentioned by one of the previous speakers, the issue of applying sustainable development and addressing climate change at the local level. Egypt issued last year 27 reports for its 27 governorates in order to assess the progress achieved towards implementing SDGs at the level of the governorates, at the local level. This was happening for the first time in Egypt with the focus of breaking down issues related to sustainable development, not only at the national level, but also at the local level, so that each governorate is able to assess where do they stand when it comes to implementing SDGs, what are their gaps, what are their challenges, in light, of course, of their different socio-economic and demographic characteristics. And we are planning to continue this effort this year. And what we have started to do right now is a sort of a cooperation between the central government and these governorates, so that we enable the governorates to draft these reports by themselves and to establish local sustainable development units at the level of the governorates to empower them with tools and the know-how in order to be able to assess the challenges when it comes to achieving sustainable development, addressing climate change, and preparing their own projects. This is actually one of the key areas that I do believe cooperation between Northern and Southern Mediterranean would be key. Because developing the tools and capacity building and establishing these units would need so much resources, so much efforts, and exchange of lessons learned and best practices in this regard. So that's one area I think we can all work together. I will conclude, in order not to take much, by mentioning one of the initiatives we are trying to prepare in preparations for COP27 at the national level. Which is creating a local network of a local research network for climate change and technology. We have identified a gap when it comes to the interface between the science and the policy. We need to provide further evidence-based policy advice from the science and academia community to the policymakers, advising them and encouraging them to adopt policies that are climate sensitive, climate friendly, and also to inform them about success stories that are not marked and labeled under climate change while they are directly related to. I'll give you one example for that. All the projects related to the clean mobility, the electric vehicles, the high-speed trains, these projects had direct impact when it comes to mitigating the greenhouse gas emissions and has a positive climate impact. But the implementing agencies that are preparing the studies of these projects are not aware of that, because simply they hadn't get the proper advice from the science community on this matter, and they don't have the tools to assess how this is relevant to climate change and to clearly identify this impact. So what we are trying to do is to create a network gathering all interested universities, colleges, researchers, think tanks, in order to integrate matters related to climate change to the educational processes, getting it into the curricula, especially when it comes to public policies, to law enforcement, to environmental economics, to even public health and environment, through different programs in order to provide science-based information to the decision makers. We need to cooperate more and produce more research, and also to develop technology based on the local needs and the local knowledge available. And here is an area of definitely potential for a great partnership between Egypt and other partners, including, of course, the Association of Euro-Mediterranean Economists, among others. We have just started some dialogue with the universities from UK and US and other partners to further promote this initiative and launch it, of course, ahead of COP27. But let me conclude by stating that COP27 for us is not the ending point. It's actually our starting point. The COP should be our point to launch this effort, to continue and to create kind of a paradigm shift, and to provide the government and the private sector with experts who are able to use the tools to promote further issues related to sustainability and climate, and to be able to assess the environmental impacts of the projects and the investments, as well as provide a green project documents and mobilize resources among other partners to implement these projects. I thank you so much for giving me the time, and the floor is back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sharif. It's really interesting to hear in the very front person that it's promoting and developing and the implementation of all these actions. So and we will be thrilled to collaborate with you and to extend precisely this idea, concept that now it's evolving into a first stage of the implementation that is under the ETU initiative, and of course to enable and to evolve it into a wider region. Of course, for us, and I will speak just briefly, just to have a final reflection for all. As you have been hearing yesterday, we have been explaining how the ETU initiative is conceived, how has been working in the last year, how has been working with a lot of these municipalities that fortunately we have here together, that we gather, that we extend the community. And this is related for what Gibi was saying, no? And also Sharif. It's important to know the local. Joseph also highlighted, and you are here the evidence that that's true. Commitment can be easily achieved with not only a good frame. Obviously, the policies help us to know where we have to go, but also we have been saying about these foresight scenarios, and this is interesting. We applied in the ETU initiative, our approach was based on building scenarios with them. So drafting in a very exercise level, because it's not a project as an executive project, but as an exercise to identifying with them as a workshop level, but it took 1 year. So defining which they could address their objectives in 2030 and 2050. First, defining a baseline. So just this approach, this exercise of dialoguing and putting on the same table, I think it's necessary. So initiatives that that are addressing this, as we have been saying, it has to be more and more close to the end users. No? It's like a tool has to be user friendly. So programs, laws, initiatives have to be user friendly. So I'm very sorry that we are driving very, very short. So my only suggest for all of you, we're talking about 4 pillars in the ETU initiative. And I would like to, and the 5 principles. So just in which one of them do you think would be, from your point of view, a priority to take? A priority to begin or to make more the emphasis. The principles that we work with, it's the holistic vision, a territorial equality, the social innovation and green economy, and the commitment and cooperation. And of course, this through analyzing planning, the infrastructures, the energy communities, and the governance. So just to have a final reflection from each one of the panelists, which from your perspective should be a key element to drive in the upcoming months, not years. Giuseppe, first one.
I would choose more than one, but I would say my ecologist soul will reign, and I would say the holistic vision, because I experience also that many good intended or some good intended mayors are developing institutions and enterprises, but I will focus on mayors and municipalities are developing sustainable development policies, and they are committed. But then in reality, especially in some urban projects, this vision is not so well applied. So I think that in some cases are contradictory. Some applied projects with the policies that they are defending, and they are believing in it, but I think it lacks this holistic vision that making some things can contradict and be in a counter way to what you think and what you say you think.
Roger, do you want to add your comment?
Well, I agree with Giuseppe that it's hard to pick one of the pillars. But as I'm an economist, I will choose a green economy to make a balance, because I think in line with the presentation of the trees model before, I think that we will only succeed. I mean, I know that when we speak, we all say, well, it's time to leave the transitions behind and to act. Yes, but in order to act, you need to have an economy that is able to accommodate and to make it possible to move towards what we often say of a sustainable and resilient and inclusive, because these are only words. But then when these words are later transposed into actions, especially if you look at them from an economic perspective, they all have costs and benefits, and therefore the only way that I see it feasible to act and therefore to move quickly into this transition is by changing and probably rapidly changing the economic model to make it truly sustainable. Now we're all speaking about the green hydrogen, and green hydrogen indeed it's an energy source that would really help speed up this process. But at this very moment, as you all know, green hydrogen has very high production cost, and therefore we need the economic environment to change, and therefore green economy to me is the best solution.
Perfect. Thank you, Roger. Alessandro.
It is very difficult to pick just one of these elements, and actually also coming from this kind of multidimensional programs we are implementing at SECAPs. But indeed, I think, and this is what I'd like to add, that a green economy without social innovation is very difficult to achieve. The challenges in terms of energetic, let's say, provisions for the very next future are enormous, and really we believe that there's a need to link sustainability already learned as society, environment, and economy in a way which is, of course, taking into account also the different dimension that a transition to a circular economy or a green economy requires. This also means to consider geopolitical consequences of this transition, democratization needs for all the population involved, and of course, I mean, the shared knowledge that we should circulate between the different territories. Thanks.
Thank you, Alessandro. Well, we're very, very late. So Sharif and Gibi, I will be very sorry, but I will need to finish the panel because we need to go directly to our next online panel. So thank you very much to all. We will have all this material available for everybody, and we will have a final concept note that we will share it with you and sharing all the thoughts exchanging. Thank you very much for your time and for participating.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Okay, so I will thank you very much. So I invite you to take the seat again, and I will give the floor back again to Reem. And can you please connect with our speakers that they are joining online, please? Super late. Yeah. Can you ask them? No, they're all here. In the rooms. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so I would like to start this panel. Cynthia, give me the program. So this is a panel on sustainable finance. It's fully online, so all the speakers, we have them on screen. Thank you. So I ask the technical team to please put them on screen, and I would like to ask all the panelists to switch on their camera so we can see them. And I am on site. Hi, Ralph. Hi, Shox. Hi,
Hello.
Kwame. Hi, Linus. So, Linus, if you can adjust your camera so we can see your face, please. Yes. Very nice to see you all.
Very nice to be here.
Greetings from Barcelona. Do you see me or not?
I see you fully.
Okay, good. So these are the new type of events, which are hybrid. So we had a couple of days of meetings on the ecosystemic transition unit framework for mainstreaming and implementing sustainable futures, particularly on green economy and the use of renewables. And this session is about how sustainable finance and economy could be really, I would say, moved or accelerated as much as possible, and what are the actions that are needed to in fact accelerate this transition, specifically for the Mediterranean countries and Africa. So I see here all my friends. So let me introduce each one, and then we go into the discussion. It's really an interactive discussion. I assume that you are seeing each other on screen, correct?
Yes.
And you are seeing me as well on screen,
And
okay? Because I don't have the screen in front of me, so I don't know what I'm seeing. I only see you on online. Today we have a really great panelist, and I'm extremely happy to have you. Of course, I would have liked to have you in Barcelona, all of you, but I guess in the next conferences we will see each other face to face. I'm very happy to introduce Shock Okerere. He is the director of the Center for Climate and Development University from Nigeria. Ralph Shami, he's co-founder of the Rebalance Earth and previously IMF Institute. He was a director. Also, Shock and Ralph are both in the EMEA Advisory Board. So very happy to see you again. Kwame Sarprong, he's a partner of KPMG Ghana, and he's also expert member of the Mediterranean Economists Association. Welcome, Kwame, today. Nagla Bahar, she's the Director General of the Credit Guarantee in Egypt, and she's the chair of the Euro-Mediterranean Guarantee Network. So it's a network of guarantee institutions active in the Mediterranean that we have co-promoted together with EMED. I see that Roger is not here, but he was with us this morning. And then with GIZ. And I see Linus Kumi, he's representing John Kofi, who is the managing director of the Ghana Commercial Bank. And I'm very happy to have you all here. So these 2 days, we've been really discussing a lot on sustainability, green economy, green the use of renewables in the economic models in the Mediterranean Europe. That was yesterday and before yesterday. And today we try to extend the discussions on the Mediterranean and Africa with the broader view on how to accelerate the sustainable transition, particularly from the clean green economy perspective. So really the use of renewables, and then also how to ensure that that the climate change targets are achieved by all countries, particularly that also, as you know, Nagla, this year, the COP27 will be in Egypt. So I am sure that you will be very active. We also had a representative today from the Ministry of Planning and Administrative Reform, who are also very much active to enhance this aspects of a green economy and sustainability in Egypt and elsewhere in the Mediterranean and Africa. And it is a great opportunity to have the COP27 in Africa. So sustainable finance, it's a quite a difficult topic, and even in Europe, there has been a lot of actions already and strategies implemented by the European Union to accelerate sustainable finance. And even in terms of the regulations, there is a push in terms of the standards to enhance the role of the private sector, particularly the financial institutions, to accelerate the transition and to fund a green economy. So this is what is happening in Europe, but I want to go straight to Jacques. I know that he has another meeting, so he might be under stress in terms of time, and we are a bit late. So Jacques, just give us your view on how do you see the role of financial institutions and how to finance the climate action in the Mediterranean and Africa, please.
Thank you very much, Reid. It's a pleasure, an honor to be participating in this event and to be sharing platform with distinguished panelists, as has been introduced. As just indicated, my brief is to provide an overview on how to finance the green transition in Africa, with a specific focus on what could be the role for international institutions and private sector. But before I delve into that, let me just spend a minute or two to provide a motivation as to why Africa needs to engage in the green transition discourse. A lot of what I'm going to be saying will be very brief, just hit the points quickly. We have Kwame, Nagla, Raf, and Kofi, who can delve into a greater detail in the course of their presentation, I'm sure. So some people have said that, well, this green transition is a white man phenomenon. MENA region, especially Africa, should not engage. I beg to disagree with the following points. Number one, Africa is actually one of the most vulnerable continents to climate change, and the green transition is necessary to help to preserve our economy and our people from the devastating impact of climate change. And I'm glad that African diplomats all over these years since we started to negotiate climate change have been positioning themselves as the conscience of the globe by pushing hard for strong climate change ambition globally, but especially from developed countries. I have been part of several discussions where African countries have called for more ambition because they understand that Africa is very vulnerable to climate change. Number two, we're also actually quite vulnerable, it happens, by the transition wave that is now beginning to sweep across the world. A lot of African countries are hugely dependent on resource extraction, a number of which, a high percentage of which may well be stranded in the event of an accelerated green transition. And so it is important that Africa engages. The way to deal with this issue is not to play the ostrich, but to engage and engage constructively. Number three, we see that actually, in many cases, Africa could actually have a comparative advantage by engaging in green transition. We have abundant solar energy, wind energy, geothermal, and other renewable energy sources, which we can tap, develop for our comparative advantage. Geopolitical, strategic calculations are changing quickly. We can see what's happening between Russia and Europe. And there is a distinctive possibility that Africa can produce all its energy through renewable sources and even feed a vast proportion of Europe with renewable energy if the political conditions if we get it right. Send some pipes from the Mediterranean Sea through Morocco to Europe is technically feasible, economically feasible if we get the politics right. And there are offshore options for leveraging local innovation for greening Africa. Experiments are being done, for example, on how you can use cassava peel as substitute for cement. The molecular structure has been proven to be really interesting. But of course, we do need extra research to be able to build on this kind of fascinating research. Some people have gone into bamboo trees, some banana toast. There are options for really greening a number of our infrastructure, especially our building, through African technology and resources. But as Riem has said, one of the key barriers to green transition has actually been finance. We know that it costs a lot, at least at the moment, to facilitate the transition, regardless of the fact that, of course, the price of solar panels and many other renewable technologies have been coming low. But as we stand, a number of conventional investments still are, at least at the short term, cheaper than renewable sources. So we need to find the money. And we're talking about finding the money at a time when Africa and, of course, the rest of the world has suffered from the devastating impact of COVID, which has really sent a shock through the macroeconomic systems of many African countries, especially those that are dependent on oil. And many of those countries are only beginning to try to recover, but you cannot really call, in my view, a quick recovery that is dependent on skyrocketed oil price because of the invasion of Ukraine sustainable. So we need to be thinking about how we find the money. You take, for example, Nigerian NDC. It's been suggested it's going to cost 177 billion. 122 billion is going to go into electricity generation, about 30 billion into mini grids. Nigeria hasn't got the money to afford such. On the other hand, we know from projections done that climate change is already costing Nigeria about 100 billion since 2020, and is projected to cost the country about 460 billion by 2050. So there is need to find money to really facilitate the transition. The UNFCCC record shows that 58 trillion it will be needed to fund just about less than 50% of developing countries' NDC by 2030. We're talking about large sums of money. Thankfully, we are told in COP26 in Glasgow that there's $130 trillion looking for net zero assets. But I'm quite glad that those eggheads in the room acknowledge that this $130 trillion will not go to Africa or many other developing countries for obvious reasons, especially because of the issues of risk and the macroeconomic situation. So there is a distinct possibility that this green money that is swooshing around would again find channels towards China and other developed countries where the return for investment may be higher, there is greater stability, macroeconomic stability, etc. So what do we do? Number one, we have to make it easier for Africa to access available funds. If you look at the list of the countries that are accessing available green finance, African countries rank really, really low. Look at Ethiopia, Kenya, and Morocco that are taking the lead in Africa, 640 billion, 700 million, 603 million. There's nowhere near the sort of numbers that India is hitting. Of course, majority of climate finance go to India, more than double Bangladesh, which is the second on the list. So we need to find dedicated pots for Africa, as is the second point. So number one, make it easier for Africa to access available funds, and perhaps find a dedicated pot. We have experimented with this in adaptation when many years ago, we found that African countries were not just able to compete. So we said, look, we need a dedicated pot. And so that's partly how we started the Special Climate Change Fund, and the Special Adaptation Fund, which went only or still goes to only developing countries. So we need a dedicated pot for Africa. And number three, we need to, the international institutions need to build grant-making capacity in Africa. Very crucial. We agreed in a similar conference that we had many months ago that the ability for African countries to prepare pipeline projects, bankable projects, investment plan is still very, very low. And this is one of the reasons why Africa and other MENA countries kind of lack the absorptive capacity. And so rather than well, in addition to focusing on the big numbers that we expect to be put into this dedicated pot and making it easier for African countries to access funds, we need to be building their grant-making capabilities, investment opportunities, ability to design project pipelines, to prioritize projects, to do a cost-benefit analysis, to be able to say that if you were to supply Nigerians, for example, with 50 million improved cook stoves, what is the added health benefits? What are the social benefits in terms of reducing inequality? And for example, even aiding the girl child to go to school. We don't have this analysis in many African countries. Number 4, international institutions must move away from a focus on mostly loans to grants. In my blog article that I published a few days before COP26, I made it clear that the current trend, which kind of still emphasizes loans over grants, does not augur well for Africa. So we need to, and of course, I made a mention of India. Even up to 94% of climate finance that goes to India is loan, mostly from Japan. In my view, that's not a model that can work for Africa, especially if you think about the fact that most African countries are currently swimming in an ocean of debt. And by the way, the 5th thing we actually need to do is to cancel or reschedule most of African debts. A lot of these debts have, in my view, not really added much to the economic advancement of our country. And we really need to not only reschedule those debts, but also talk of outright cancellation. I am happy to have discussions with how the debt relief received by African countries can be channeled specifically to support green infrastructure. I do not think that it is okay to just give African countries a clean bill without tasking them on how the relief they receive can be used to make sure that we are supporting green transformation. So, but international partners should be open to having this conversation. And by the way, the 17th is that we need to reform the international economic structure. I have read some analysis that suggests that for every $1 that comes from Europe to Africa, about $11 leave Africa for Europe. And part of this is the interest rate at which Africans receive loan, but other part is also about the huge money that is leaving Africa, both as official, legal MNC repatriation, but also through illegal, illicit financial flows. We need to plug this hole. If you think about, for example, what happened during the heat of the COVID, you see that many rich countries were able to borrow large sums of money at almost next to zero interest rate, whereas African countries were not able to make such borrowing. And the 8th point is that we need to really invest in green technologies in Africa. Some of my friends make it appear as if the word technology transfer is now kind of a swear word, something that we cannot touch. It shows how anachronistic you are. You are not sensitive to intellectual property rights. I reject such analysis and framing. I think there are interesting models that can help us to think about technology transfers and diffusions in a way that still can give some protection to a certain level of protection to intellectual property rights. Africa needs help in this area. Otherwise, we might end up importing green technologies as a substitute for exporting oil, and that is not how to build sustainable green transformation. And so I will stop here.
Thank you.
There are more that can be said, but I think I've run out of time.
Thank you, Shoks, very much for this very broad overview. And I think some of the aspects that you have mentioned are essential for accelerating the green transition in Africa. Of course, the need of financing and investment is huge. And I think we might even need to find a new innovative models to fund the green transition and the sustainable transition in general. We will play the presentation of Ralph. Ralph is with us. Unfortunately, he's in the airport. So to ensure that his presentation is very clear, I asked him to record it while in advance, and then he will answer any questions during the discussion panel. So could you please play the presentation of Ralph? I'm referring to the technical team. I think there is a problem. What is the problem?
Hello, everyone.
Ralph, I think there is a small issue with your presentation. Yeah, they have it. They have it. They send it to them. Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to
now,
thank Dr. Rima Ayadi and your Mediterranean Economic Association for giving me the opportunity to talk about a nature-based, sustainable, and shared development. At COP26, there was a realization that we are facing two risks, not only climate change risk, but natural capital risk and the loss of biodiversity. These two are linked together through human activity. How did we get here? Well, that's because the current paradigm believes and acts as if the economy is outside of nature. That means we can extract with impunity, we can pollute with impunity, and as we're finding out that such behavior is unsustainable and has led to the climate change risk, which is boomeranging back to us in terms of the loss of natural capital and its biodiversity. Obviously, this behavior is unsustainable. So what is the true paradigm, if you like? Well, it's the one we've always known, our ancestors used to know, and somehow we managed to forget that nature is our home. Our economies, our societies are all nested inside of nature, which means if nature grows, we grow, and if nature is stressed, we are stressed. So nature is macrocritical to us, not only to our health, but also to the sustainabilities of our economic system. So how do we act on that? Well, we start with science. Science tells us that, for example, the oceans, 4/5 of the planet, are also incredibly important to us. For example, they capture so much carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Science also tells us that the great whales in the oceans also help to sequester carbon, be it on their body or indirectly through their fertilization of the phytoplankton. Science also tells us that their cousins on land, these are the forest elephants in Africa, also help to sequester carbon not only on their body, but in the forests, in the trees in the forests of Africa. Science also tells us that the blue carbon assets such as salt marshes, seagrass, mangroves, kelp forests, and so forth also help sequester significant amounts of carbon and also provide other ecosystem services, just like the other species I've discussed before, such as in terms of defense against flooding, and they lead to greater fish stocks. So science is really telling us that biodiversity is valuable. That is, a biodiversity of a living and thriving nature is incredibly valuable to us. we can also value those services that nature provides. So if you look at the value of carbon sequestration by a single whale, that's over $2 million. We can also value the carbon services of a single elephant in Africa, and that's also over $1.75 million. We can also value the carbon services of seagrass, for example, and that's over $1.2, $1.3 trillion. So science tells us nature is valuable. We can actually do the market valuation of these services. But in order to create markets and economies around nature, we also need the policy action. What ought to be the policy action? Well, we first need to set the legal framework around the legal rights of nature, around the protection of nature, around the monitoring of nature, around the management of nature. Once we have that, once we have the science, we have the valuation, we have the legal framing, then those that are sitting on all of that natural capital can then move all of this natural assets to natural capital, to financial capital that can now enter their balance sheets and therefore change their net worth. Once this is done, then the markets will take notice that there's a new class of assets around which they can build services. So in the case of carbon, those that have the natural capital that can sequester carbon can sell the services, not the assets themselves, to those that need to offset their carbon footprint, such that the money that comes in from the sale of the carbon offsets should come in under two principles. One, that the money looks after the natural assets in perpetuity, be it whales, be it elephants, be it trees or mangroves and so forth. And two, that the money goes to look after the stewards of nature in perpetuity through meaningful employment and income, stabilizing them in their lands. And these would be the local communities and the indigenous population. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ralph. Are you with us? Ralph, are you with us still? Yes. Thank you very much, Ralph, for this presentation, which practically provides a new paradigm for finance, particularly in Africa. I see that Chucks had to leave because he had another meeting, but of course we will share this presentation with all the panelists. And then this will also provide a complete new thinking paradigm for how to develop a new asset based on preservation of biodiversity, which is very important in Africa, and at the same time, the valuation of the capacity of the living, nature, I would say, the living animals and all of this, to sequester carbon and then to clean the planet. Ralph, what are the practical, I would say, project or collaborations that you can think of to accelerate this development in the future, I would say, in the next few years?
I think to my mind, the most important thing to do, I was listening to our colleague talking about Africa. Africa does not need aid from anybody. Africa is sitting on incredible source of wealth with this, which is its natural capital. Its natural capital is carbon. Or it's trying to develop nature markets, and not only about elephants and whales, talking about the blue-green assets, the forests in Africa. All of these things can be used in terms of selling, if you like, the carbon. Carbon is a short game. Beyond the carbon, there's the biodiversity characteristics that are now becoming, regulated, at least in Europe. As soon as coming to the United States. Africa has all these assets. If you ask me what is really needed, the science is already there. The valuation can be done. What's needed is the third pillar, which is the policy action. Meaning, if you want the markets to really build around the natural capital of Africa, you need to deal with the policy action, meaning the political will to create the legal framework around the assets to convert them from just assets to capital. You see, people don't understand that for something to be called capital, it has to have two characteristics. Not only does it have to be valuable, you have to codify it in the law. The law has to basically say who owns this asset. Is it the government? Is it the local communities? Who owns it? Who can manage that asset? Once that's the practical step that is needed to unleash all that potential that is sitting in Africa. Once that is done, you directly convert an asset into capital, which comes on the balance sheet. Let me give you one example, which I couldn't put in the presentation. We're doing an experiment with Professor Lee White in Gabon, where we're trying to sell the carbon offsets of the elephants in Gabon. That by itself could generate over $31 billion. That's about $600 million per year, just from selling the offsets of the carbon sequestration by the elephants. I'm not talking about selling the elephants like they're doing in Namibia. You never sell the elephant, you sell the services of the elephant. It's almost like paying the elephant a living wage, if you like. But that's just one example. You can do the same thing with mangrove, seagrass, salt marsh, kelp forest, peatland, all of this. There's an insatiable demand for carbon offsets, and the supply doesn't exist because the legal side of this hasn't been yet dealt with. Now, some countries have gone much forward. If you want, New Zealand has gone ahead and declared personhood, conferred personhood to nature. Imagine a river in New Zealand has as much rights as a human being. Costa Rica conferred personhood on bees. Bees have as much rights as a human being. Once you create the legal framework around the asset, its ownership and its management, watch the markets right away grab it. Now, our colleague before me talked something about governance issues in Africa. You can deal with this issue so that you don't take a huge cut on your carbon. Through blockchain technology, through digital currency, all of this can be dealt with now, which you couldn't deal with before. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Ralph. For countries to start this, I would say, transformative, I would call this is a full transformative scenario, which is a complete new paradigm that will probably, if well executed, could solve all the financing gap for Africa, and it will lead it very forcefully and very quickly into sustainable transition. So who should take the lead?
First of all, the first thing to do is to get an accounting, a scientific accounting. What is it that you have in your country? What is it? Do you have forests? Do you have salt marshes, seagrass? You have to know what is it that you have. The next thing is, so whichever country is there, for example, Gabon has it, Cameroon has it. These are the countries that I know of. Liberia has it, Nigeria has it. Some countries used to have elephants, they've lost them all. Okay, an elephant, the earnings of a single alive elephant, imagine a live elephant can bring $1.75 million minimum versus a dead elephant. The tusk of a dead elephant is barely $15,000. Again, the science is here. There's no more excuses. It's the political will. And it's getting off this old model of extraction with impunity, which has led us to this predicament. That's why I'm wearing this mask. We don't have to live like this. Africa has tremendous riches. Okay, a lot of countries, they think themselves poor right now. They're actually not poor. They're sitting on nature that they don't even know how valuable it is. But it's valuable alive and thriving, not extracted with impunity, and then leaving the local population to deal with the ramifications of all of that. Please, this can be done. You have to deal only with the legal aspect. Who owns the asset? To placate the investors and all of those that are worried about corruption, all this stuff, we can use blockchain technology, which can create sort of verification, transparency, and trust. And digital currencies and all this stuff can be used so that the money goes directly to the stewards of nature, and these are the local and the indigenous population. There's no more excuse to say, well, we can't. No, we can. And we are doing it. We are doing it in Gabon. We're having conversation with Cameroon. We're going to Sri Lanka. We're doing this in the UK. We're doing this in the US and in other countries and Argentina. So to my mind, it's just the political will to engage on this new paradigm. And by the way, I just want to say something. With this new paradigm, there is no win-lose proposition. I call it the win-win-win, because the nature wins because you're investing in it in perpetuity. Local communities get the employment, get the income, get to be stabilized in their land, creating resiliency among them. The government gets to win because it gets the revenue directly, indirect revenue through the expansion of the tax base, savings on its balance sheet, changes its net worth. For some countries, it may even change from being a net debtor to a net creditor. I mean, who knows, depending on what you have, okay? And the offsetters get to offset their carbon footprint, get to invest in nature, get to hit their ESGs and SDGs 1, 3, 5, 8, 10, 13, 14, 15. So what are we waiting for?
Thank you very much,
That's
Ralph.
the question I have for your panel. Yeah.
Yes, you are taking us from what I called this morning the inertia scenario that we are still living in. Unfortunately, even sometimes I think we're going back to the past to a transformative scenario. The inertia scenario for me, I would say, is the impunitive extracting economic model, which we are still in it, to a nature service-based economic model, which can be valued. And this is really great contribution, which I remember when you started to work on this together with some oceanographers and other people who have really bridged the science, the knowledge in science into economics, into policy and into action. And thank you very much for this. Now I turn to Kwame. Kwame, he is from KPMG. So Ralph was mentioning the audit of the natural asset that every country has. I think this might be your role as maybe in the future, if you want to move into transformative approach, to really think beyond what I call the reference scenario that we are living in. But I also asked you to give a contribution on the ESG. I mean, I think the ESG, which is the environmental, social and environmental, social and governance aspects in the companies, in the banks and so on. But then you can also make reflections on how do you think the approach or the new paradigm proposed by Ralph and his colleagues could also be mainstreamed in the economies in countries, for example, like Ghana or others. Please, Kwame.
Okay, Doctor, thank you. And thank you to all the panelists and all that are listening to us. So I think in terms of the overall topic, it's quite exciting. And actually listening to Chuck and Ralph is really helping me to really rethink my position on some of these things. I mean, as a general framework, I mean, I look at it as, we've been through the whole idea where sustainability, ESG has come as a big point. I mean, we are moving into a framework and we need to go to action and then really see the impact, right? So maybe I'll deal with the last point where, I mean, in terms of mainstream, how some of these things get real. I think Ralph nailed it. It's all about the political will, but also more importantly, also understanding by key stakeholders. So there has to be forums like this where we identify people that need to understand these things and really translate, because I mean, you mentioned very good that as KPMG, how do we even move into auditing or even accounting for some of these things? And I mean, valuing it, I mean, putting the valuation, accounting for it, and also even validating how some of these processes are real. And it's new knowledge. There are new processes that are really, so to do it, it's for me, identify the key stakeholders, dialogue on it, and then make sure that we can communicate the value propositions. From what Ralph said, I think the science is clear. I mean, science solidifies everything that we do. From a logical and economic perspective, the potential is huge, where it kind of diffuses everything that
has been done in the past, where as Chuck said earlier, you should look at $1 coming to Africa and the return is $11. All these things are really useful and it must be linked and understood, right? Now, looking at where ESG is in Africa, and I think maybe Ghana and Africa as a whole, I think for me, it's really taking steam, but it's just not where it needs to be. I think the key things that I want to focus on will probably be some of the drivers. I think post-COVID, it's become really clear that ESG is something that we need to focus on. And fundamentally, for me, the governance side of it, where accountability is strong, and also the social side, because for me, the environmental side is already advanced. I mean, in most places in terms of awareness, right? Not just in practice, but in terms of awareness, but the understanding of the governance side, I think post-COVID has made us realize and understood the need for embracing ESG. If you look at the funding that is available, I mean, these were already mentioned, it just makes sense to really be ready for this and really get through that whole process. I think science, as presented by Ralph, I mean, proves that. So, I mean, these are driving all these things. Now, specifically, if you look at Africa as a whole, I think we are a bit behind, I mean, relative to where we need to be. I mean, that's the reality. I think only 3 African countries, I mean, from our research, I mean, have, I mean, some levels, have some level of credit ratings, but again, even that they are below the average, and that specifically is Botswana, Mauritius, and Morocco, and that's not good, right? And if you look at the top economies in Africa, I think 5 of them out of the 7, I mean, have been rated as high risk, and then that's not good for ESG perspective. So if 5 of these economies have been rated as high risk, that tells us that something must be done to really transform that, right? Now, we really need to look at how we objectively identify how this whole ESG thing is being implemented, and therefore we need that side of the scoring to really bring out specifics around who's doing what. I think for Nigeria and South Africa being the 2 big economies in Africa, it's clear that, I mean, they've taken the lead around the disclosures, but the reality is that we need more. I mean, we need more from an impact perspective. I mean, if you look at the whole continent, I think it's not surprising that Nigeria and South Africa are doing a lot of disclosures, pushing for the regulators to let some of these entities like banks and others to report on it. But the question is, as you report, what are you reporting? What is the true impact, right? And how do people feel the essence of this? So, I mean, in terms of way forward, I think the suggestions that I have, or some of the, is to really, and it's very similar to what has already been said, but fundamentally, I think I put into 3 main dimensions where the regulators or the political drivers, I mean, need to be very clear and consistent across Africa, where there's a consistent framework that's been applied, so that when we have these discussions, there's some commonality around what organizations, individuals, and entities are required to do, right? One is also enhancing this whole information that's required to do this assessment or scoring, to bring transparency into the efforts, and also even reward individuals and also countries or corporates that are doing this. So for me, if the reward scheme is clear, the directives are clear, and the stakeholders are properly educated to see that, I think then it brings us home. But in conclusion, I think Africa is behind. We've made an effort really in terms of putting frameworks together, but we need more education, action, and really we need to get to the impact where we will feel the essence of this whole ESG. Because for me, as I said, the E part, I mean, from an awareness perspective, is really there. The governance, which is really the important part where people are held accountable. There's more diversity. I mean, we do the right things for the people needs to really get an understanding, because when people talk about ESG, a lot of them is about the E, and also the S, where society benefits and all that is there. So for me, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll pass it on now to Dr. Rem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kwame. And I think what Ralph proposed could also be included as indicators within the environmental pillar of the ESG. If there are specific indicators that Ralph, for example, could think of to ensure that the environmental pillar within the ESG could also start monitoring what I call this transformative approach that Ralph is proposing. But of course, it will be very embryonic at this stage. But at least for the first time, the matrix that we use are a bit more forward-looking. So I don't know, what do you think, Ralph?
Indeed. I think all we have to do is start. Look, I fully agree with my colleague was saying. I also think that of all of the things we can try, this is the cheapest way to go. Because if we don't, what you will see happen is more betting on high tech to solve our problem. And the high tech approach is untried, untrue. There's a lot of, as Greta would say, blah, 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 and we know nothing about. Nature is in front of us. Nature has been our home for billions of years, even before we came around. And there are no externalities to it. It's already there. So why don't we just try? Let's just try. I mean, where can we go wrong here? And it takes the least cost in terms of investment funds. And there are many ways. I'm a financial engineer, financial economist. There are many ways to bring in investors into this with a promise of future returns if they were to give in, if you need seed money early on. But as my colleague just said, and I said before, the political will has to be there to engage in something that we haven't seen before. We don't need anymore to sell our resources, okay, in an extractive kind of, extractive approach, and having our communities live with the repercussions of it after all the harm is done and the people have left. We don't need to do this anymore. This is nature. We can create markets around nature. Our first speaker talked about the role of bamboos and all of that. We can create nature markets. We can create markets around carbon, just because right now carbon, there's a market for carbon. But as I said before, biodiversity metrics are coming. Therefore, we'll have biodiversity markets coming in. So this is the vision of the future. We cannot continue to do same old, and hope for a better day. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Ralph. So I would like to turn to Nagla. I think you had listened to the presentation by Shox, by Ralph, Kwame, as a major guarantee organization in credit guarantee organization in Egypt. And then, of course, the institution has been really very active to deal with the pandemic, also to help in managing the risk of the economy. So how do you see your role as a key stakeholder to guarantee and co-guarantee the risk that is, I would say, embedded into the sustainable transition / green transition? Please, Nagla.
Yes, hi Reem, and thank you all actually for all your presentations and for involving me in such an extremely interesting and hot topic across all economies, including Egypt and our region, even in MENA, and our region with the EMG and the Euro-Mediterranean guarantee schemes. Yes, guarantee schemes, by proving actually across the latest timing with the pandemic, and the post-pandemic, they played quite heavy and quite impacting role during this period, and we were able actually to move economies across these crises kind of safely so far. The thing about the green, you know, that proved to be very important, and I fully agree with what Chuck's highlighted actually with regard to we're late, we are beyond, and we have to step in, you know, and how to do it. You know, this is really very important. What Ralph also had highlighted with regard the latest just start, because the very important thing as finance, we come as post, you know, the ground should be there. You know, we cannot, there are things that we can do, there are things that we cannot do. We cannot do anything with regard to legal, regulatory, what to do, what's exactly the high-tech issue, which is considered as one of the main challenges when it comes to designing your financial model or financial product and analyzing risk associated with. So once the ground is there, we step in, but we are preparing ourselves. What we're doing actually, because as we said, guarantee is a tool that could step in situation like this. When there is high level of uncertainty, there is limited information that we know about the area that we are stepping in, and we can form the bridge actually that could enable lenders to step in, kind of feeling a bit comfort with the existence of the guarantee, and also encourage the private sector to step in to utilize their funds. How we do that, you know, within all of this, this is the important thing that we are doing now, preparing ourselves, as I said, to that, because the very important thing that we started to talk about, you know, as guarantee schemes, we normally guarantee credit risk. Within this new element, actually, there is a very important component, which is the performance risk, which I think, and what we're heading for is, and we are examining now, is how can we measure this performance risk to enable actually financial institution to accept this performance as a cash flow, you know, or performance cash flow as a collateral instead of the normal credit thing. Because when it comes to green, it's long-term investment, hard to calculate really the return on investment. And we talk also about, you know, it needs a special financial model. So it needs lots of new when we are doing that, which involves lots of risk to be covered. And this is why we're incorporating this performance risk guarantee in addition to credit guarantee. We also realized we cannot go into guarantee as finance only. It should be finance and technical assistance. Technical assistance is a crucial component to all involved stakeholders, financial institutions, guarantee schemes, and all. In reality, we started to take different steps at different levels. As I am wearing different hats, you know, I will start with international and I'll go until local. At an international level, we've already formed an international task force with the guarantee schemes led by the World Bank and involving all the regions of the globe. We have from Asia, Africa, South America, US, Europe, everybody. And this group, actually, we are working on greening the credit guarantee schemes. Greening credit guarantee schemes to be able to provide the needed finance for green finance and also sustainable, actually, finance, not only green. We started it already last month of February, and it is expected that will come with our output sometime by May or something like that. At a regional level also, you know, through the EMGN and the others, the Euro-Mediterranean Guarantee Network, we're starting our green workshop. Green had been a very important component, and we started to kind of raise awareness across our guarantee schemes about this green component, because this is very, very important. In Egypt, and talking about the COP27 in Egypt this year, and we're talking about, here in Egypt, actually, we merged all, because we're in Egypt, we talk about the whole sustainable finance, not only talking about green. So there are lots of steps that have been taken, within all these financial aspects. We have the central bank responsible about banking. They've already issued guidelines with regard to sustainable finance, and covering actually the capacity building of the financial institution, modifying different structures, of finance to be able to provide the needed model, scoring systems. And we talked actually about also incorporating different modules to enable banks to come out with finance into this area. And that's what happened, because within that actually, and within the issuance of the first green sukuk bond that had been issued by the Ministry of Finance in Egypt for $750 million 2 years ago, and banks had been involved. And there are banks actually that they are coming with own green bonds. Within that aspect, there are banks actually that they started to work within models or financial models within renewable energy. There is a big project actually of substituting fuel with gas, with a 15 billion, where we are actually completely covering the risk of this project. At another level, when it comes to the non-banking, and this is the FRA, the Financial Regulatory Authority, there have been changes in the capital market regulations to enable bonds to be securitized for green finance and sustainable finance as well. And there had been actually even announcement or establishing for a special center for sustainable finance. So there are lots of steps and the acts that we are taking as guarantee schemes at large, because we're doing that together, and regional, local, we're learning from each other. And we are kind of preparing ourselves for the big thing. But what I know for sure that we cannot, our countries in Africa and the MENA and the other, we cannot do that without international support and without clear public involvement. No, even the private sector or attracting the private sector should come through these public channels. As guarantee, we are semi-ready, and we will be really ready, very soon with our risk sharing and risk coverage products involving the performance risk as well, not only the credit risk. And thank you.
Thank you, Nagla, very much. And I welcome this this development of the working group or the task force of the green guarantees.
Yes.
One question: are all African countries represented, or they are represented by regional organization?
They are represented, all, we cannot take all. We are 8 members, working on this model, but there is an African representative over there. Yes, there is an African representative, and there is a MENA representative, and there is an American or South American representative. So there is an African representative.
Okay, so this, for example, experience could be eventually transferred
Yes.
at a wider level, right, into
Exactly.
all the countries in Africa. Okay,
Exactly.
so let's discuss about it under the AMGN framework. That could probably even help to accelerate the development. And after you heard the proposals by Ralph,
Yes.
we could even think how to accelerate this type of transformative paradigm into the economy and finance. I mean, economic and financial players cannot always be, the last one to develop things. Maybe this, for the first time, they could be the precursors for. Yes, exactly. And
I'll make sure that I will pass what Ralph actually, because I'm in the group, and I'll make sure actually that this will be definitely shared within the group, because we will be heading, to come with like guidelines enabling all guarantee schemes and our public authorities, to form an encouragement tool in finance for green. And I love the idea of let us start and let us go, because high tech really is an issue. When we go to banks and we go with our guarantee, it's always how are we going to measure? How are we going to do it? So it's always a problem. So why don't we start with something that we can measure, we can do? Yeah, I fully agree. This will be definitely past there.
Fantastic, very good, Nagla. Thank you very much. I want to look to Linus. So you are a bank representing the Ghana Commercial Bank, a bank that is really committed forcefully to move into a green transition. I think you had a lot of food for thought from Shok, from Ralph, from Nagla, from Kwame. So what are you going to do? What do you need? So to really move into the green transition process and at the same time also fund the green economy in Ghana. Please.
Thank you, Prof. And thanks for the opportunity to represent Mr. Kofi Adomako, who is currently held in another discussion. But, I have listened to both and almost all the speakers here have mentioned the fact that, look, there are opportunities here that we can take a clear advantage of to support the economy. What happens in Africa with a huge infrastructure deficit, a high growth population? The statistics say by 2050, we are looking at doubling the population. GDPs are expected to be around 17. What will make a commercial bank whose main driving force being profitability move away from the traditional risk sort of management into a more social, economic, environmental, impactful discussions, and also at the same time have an economic balance? I did prepare a quick slides to walk through, but I think that the discussion has been more interactive. So I will just quickly jump to some of one slide or two that I had prepared to come on. Critical for us as a financial institution is what the central bank itself is driving towards a more sustainable, friendly lending approach in this sector. I hope my screen is on. Yes, it is. So today in Ghana, the central bank over the past 5 years have looked at situations where we need to adapt a more sustainable banking principles that supports the sector of lending. And how do we bring this into focus? They came up with some 7 core principles that is today helping us design and drive lending in environmentally friendly environments. I'll tell you a story. I have a client today in Ghana here who's doing what we call cassava flakes, and is able to use solar energy. It's developed the solar energy to an extent that it transfers back into the community. So it goes to help the grid, the level of employment that is created. Today, the central bank will give you credits for going into that area and developing such level of environment to increase your bottom line. And like Kwame said, as we go into the future, we'll then start to measure the impact that we are having onto this green impact into this environment. We've heard stories also about funding, like for example, the COP26, about 130 trillion made available, and most countries down the Sahara may not have that opportunity to tap into that. It's about time we have that level of collaboration and be able to also tap and then fund these related businesses. Obviously, as a commercial entity, I will take funding on the market to support activities in this area. Where the funding cost becomes prohibitive, then it drives more business away from supporting the green environments. I had also mentioned, why should banks today care about this? Because the generation is now moving The paradigm has shifted from the traditional credit risk, liquidity risk, and all those reputational risk issues into more of what your impact is in the environment, how responsible you are as an institution in supporting the environment which you operate in. Today, we all realize that there could be disruptions, and I'm happy that my friend from Egypt did mention that, look, today we are more interested in whether we support an environmentally friendly institution with the performance, be able to keep the cash flows going so that we can move around with or circle around with the funding that goes into it, whether it is a grant funding or it's a multilateral funding that goes to support such projects. So today, most banks in Ghana, given the directive from the central bank, will be more concerned about what disruptions, the health and safety of workers, what environmental, legal issues you could have, the level of pollution in the businesses you are funding, market share as a result of regulations, among others. This is the new paradigm, and this is what today will be associated with. The role of bank, I think Chuk did mention how today vulnerable an African country or a country down the Sahara will be. I think the statistics indicates that in terms of climate change, sub-Saharan African countries will be more affected. Temperatures are expected to rise more than you will get. Our water bodies are drying up more than we used to have. So positioning the bank to manage these multi-stakeholders, and I borrowed this slide from the World Economic Forum, that links the long-term view of how we will position ourselves, manage the natural resources. And I'm happy to also read and learn about the benefits you can have from nature. How do we fund that in today's world to ensure that we all derive the benefits, like Ralph mentioned, from that? Am I funding an agricultural business that allows for the preservation of the environment? How much carbon prints am I leaving in this channel, especially looking at what is happening to the entire world, the extractive industry. Today, every credit that I will do must go through a certain level of scrutiny. If I'm funding a mining business, is this mining being done to preserve the environment? Is this mining transaction able to, what's the alternative to this business? Am I building an increase or a decrease to the carbon prints? All this is now being factored into the analysis for even a single credit that doesn't have direct environmental impact. Even a normal export-import business would require us to look more detailed in what you are bringing in, what is the impacts of it in the country of origin, among other things. These are the new direction that we are moving on from as a commercial entity. I think I will make mine a bit brief, but what I want to leave with the team or the panel here is that most commercial entities have seen green financing as more of a grant, sort of, without necessarily looking at the viability, the commercial impacts. But what we have realized down our business is that when these things are, even though they are green, they end up being the most commercially viable projects because it extends beyond the levels that we seek to finance. It creates jobs, the society comes more together, financial inclusion also increases, among other things. Today in our part of the world, there's a great awareness of what the impact will be on our environment. So people are now more cautious. If I'm to fund a project today that have, we have a common saying here in Ghana called galamsey. If I'm finance, galamsey simply means people doing illegal mining, polluting water bodies. whatever financing structure I propose today for any credit committee to look at, I am careful as to whether there's child labor in there, whether there is pollution in there, whether there is environmental degradation out there, so that we blend the two and make sure that we stay away from such transactions. Again, I started by saying there's a huge deficit of infrastructure in Ghana or in Africa per se, and to be able to situate the situations or situate into this green environment, this is a great opportunity for us to be looking at financing facilities, infrastructures that are green acceptable and will make the entire environment more sustainable. There's a little quote I like to say here that sustainability doesn't really mean we are sacrificing profits or putting success at the back burner, but instead has become a very crucial element, even from central banks' perspective, and also from us being living beyond our sort of immediate demands of profitability. So Ryan, I will think I will pause here and perhaps take, as we discuss this in more details, how we are positioning the industry.
Thank you very much, Linus. You can stop sharing so we can see the panelists. Ralph, do you want to react to Linus? I know that you're boarding in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I apologize. Let me just say something. Conservation was always a cost proposition, and that lingers in many people's minds. That when I'm talking about conservation of nature, they think, here we go again. Nothing of the sort. In the new paradigm is a source of capital for economic development. What we are doing here, we're looking after nature, and then nature, not only for the intrinsic value of nature, because in this current world that we are in and the future, nature has a value, has a monetary value, which is really new. We didn't know that before. Science is new. Science is telling us mangroves, seagrass, salt marshes. You know, when UN asked us to value seagrass, let me just give you an example. We valued seagrass for them in terms of carbon sequestration. That was $1.2 trillion. In terms of flood control, that's another $1 trillion. In terms, we didn't even do the impact of seagrass on fish stocks, and that would add even more. These are services of nature. This is that science now is telling us how valuable nature is to us. Now we can value them. Now what can we do with that valuation? We can create markets around it. So now you're preserving something that's called conservation that brings value, that brings funding, revenue to countries in perpetuity. It's a move away from extractive view of nature towards a regenerative view of nature. This is the future. I'm not talking about going back into, you know, some people tell me, well, is this going back into nature mean we go back into the caves or the forest? No, this is talking about development that takes into consideration the impact on nature and how nature impacts us. So when we do our calculations, nature is not a sideshow. Nature is in the discussions that we are happening, that's taking place in the room. In the past, we used to have conversations, sign contracts, and then realize later that we polluted, extracted of nature, so we imposed taxes, Pigouvian taxes, and so forth. Nothing of the sort. The new paradigm says nature is present in the conversation. And as a result, because nature intrinsically is invaluable to us, as we're finding out with this mask in a negative way, but also because it sustains our economies in a monetary way, in a value proposition way. So in brief, by looking at nature as a source of revenue, not only intrinsically, we can rebuild our economies around this new realization for the betterment of everybody, of nature, our society, in our economies. There are no losers here. What are we waiting for? Sure, from a absolutely, Nagla is ready. Is right in the sense there's a risk aspect to it. That's perfectly understandable. Okay, and we can deal with that. There are institutions out there that their job is to pick up the residual risks, such as the IFC, and we do that all the time for the guarantee. But in this case, it's clear what is left is the political will to engage. Let's engage. The banks that are doing traditional, same old, are going to face additional losses because climate is here. All their assets are being impacted by climate change. So it's with the insurance companies. So they need to invest in resilience. Well, let's invest in the resilience of nature. And we recoup nature, as Sir David Attenborough has been telling us. And at the same time, we mitigate climate risk and we create better economy for the future. I'm sorry, but I find it much simpler to go this way than to think the old-fashioned way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ralph. What I take away from what you're saying is the value is naturally regenerative and cleaning over time. So most probably you need to do maybe what you need to do is to think about the depreciation model, because I don't think this paradigm has any depreciation. Actually, it's appreciation over time. So it's a complete new model which allows normally assets are depreciated. You know, you depreciate. Even we are working on a similar project on brain capital. And brain capital, it's even depreciated over time because of aging and sicknesses, you know, mental health issues. But what you are proposing, well, now I'm listening to you because most probably it's reappreciation rather than depreciation. There is no depreciation at all in this model. I think we need to think about it. And also, if this works, all the risk premiums of many countries that have very high risk premiums might even go very low because of their capacity to generate natural capital in a systematic, procedural way also, because it is important to have a system to allow you or to allow each country to have this or to develop over time this natural or nature capital. Okay, I think this is more, there is a lot of more work to do, Ralph. I think whenever you come to Barcelona, we need to do a lot of work on this and think. I would like to give the screen to each one of you. Start with Nagla for 1 or 2 minutes, just to wrap up, and then give us what can we do together to accelerate this transition and from the point of view of each institution. Please, Nagla.
I think actually, you know, as it had been mentioned, this kind of stakeholders being together, you know, to come out with a comprehensive model for that, this should be on ground. We are doing our homework as guarantee schemes, and we will be ready with the FIs, and that will still having different risks that are not measured or need to be relooked at, and we definitely need the experts on board. So in between experts, FIs, guarantee schemes, natural, I don't know, thinkers or others, I think we must have that to be on board. As guarantee, we are preparing ourselves. We are preparing our capacity, because we have to prepare we should be ready with our capacity in terms of how to measure whatever risk that we know or we expect. But there are risks that we still need to learn about. So, and I fully agree, because you mentioned at the beginning, I think actually there will be new models, you know, new financial models heading to that. It's not the normal that we have got used to, and the structuring of finance will be new. We should allow or enable or encourage the financial institutions to go with that, and we're doing our homework at this time, you know. So I think only we need to get the technical aspect of it.
Thank you very much. Nagla, Kwame.
Thank you, Doctor. So I think for me, it's really about clarifying and articulating the value proposition from an individual, a corporate body, and also to countries, right? It must be clear and it must be consistent across, as I made my point earlier around the regulation thereof. The second part is, once the value proposition is clear and consistent across, we need to look at that governance part where the political will is brought together to drive this and make it something that needs to happen very quickly with timelines, because it's just beneficial to all of us. I think from an economic perspective is clear, from a science perspective is clear, and from the overall sustainability sense of it, I think it's clear. We need to formulate strategies at the organizational levels that will really move us to the next agenda based on these timelines, where we know how we are making this a part of our DNA, and that's really going to be from a change management perspective with training, but also the reward schemes that I spoke about. How do we appropriately reward and therefore motivate this whole sense of moving towards ESG? And again, focus on the G and the S in particular as well, not only the E. Now, with the implementation comes this whole sense of measurement and disclosure, where we are able to measure and disclose accurately what is really happening, so that there's a bit of accountability, and also that links to the reward scheme where you know that you've done well. It's not just that you just put in disclosures out there. So you put these disclosures, so what? What does it mean? What is it communicating, and what do you get out of it? And so for me, I think when we be able to do this collaboratively across individuals, across corporates, and across countries, where it should really sit, I think it will make us all better. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwame. Linus?
Thank you, Doc. I think my final conclusion will be more collaborations between commercial entities, between banks and other stakeholders in terms of funding partners. I think this is a time where more sort of education needs to come on board to tell people and tell the community that we operate in on how this thing works, how viable it is. I remember, I think, was it 2 years ago, the government wanted to issue an environmental bond. The understanding wasn't too clear. There were not even enough pipelines to support such sort of funding. I mean, what I will seek to see in the next maybe 2 to 5 years is a more collaboration between these entities, even with insurance partners, schemes, such that commercial banks or banks in nature will drive towards supporting and gaining access to the natural capital that we are talking about.
Thank you very much, Ralph. He left already. I think he boarded. Nagla, Kwame, and Linus for this really very inspiring session. Also shocks that he had to leave earlier. We will follow up with you on developing some practical initiatives for also the preparation of the COP27. With Nagla, I think within the framework of EMGN, we can develop something really specific on sustainable development. With Kwame and Linus, within our partnership, we can also develop, a model for banks to really be as pillars in the transformative scenario, also align with what Ralph was explaining. And I think the model of Ralph on nature capital, it's also being, I would say, mainstreamed in research for policy indicators. For example, we are co-developing a project with him on mainstreaming this nature capital into the well-being indicators for policy decisions for the future. So this is really the future, and we are extremely happy to build together, or co-design and build together the transformative scenario. Thank you very much to all, and thank you and greetings from Barcelona. And I hope to see you face to face next time. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.